shit.
Do you know what we're here for?
What now?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Looks good, and he looks hard.
Jesus, I say that.
Sorry, chat. We appear to be having some technical difficulties at the moment, trying to make sure those are all solved before we actually get started here. So please hold on. I'll be right to it. Oh god, was I muted? Terrible. Bad. That's not good. By the way, congratulations to the Green New Deal, Wobegon story, Princess Monocle, who came in first, second, and third on Twitch. What was I saying? Ah, yes. We have potentially turbulent journey ahead of us, so make sure to buckle up those seatbelts, Space fans. Alright. Okay. Seems to be a lot of talk in the chat about the election already. We are not going to start off with that today. Not quite. We're certainly not going to be talking about Kamala immediately, so I'm going to hold off on all of that here. But I do feel like I want to respond to some of these things being said. But we must abide by the galactic schedule, which is going to start, as usual, in the United States, where mass shooting happened last night in a little place called West Philadelphia.
On that mass shooting in West Philadelphia. We've just learned from police that 9 people were shot, 3 of them died. Investigators say that shooting stemmed from a fight that broke out at a large gathering along the 1200 block of North Alden Street. Action News reporter Sharifa Jackson joins us live from Penn Presbyterian Medical Center in University City, where a number of the victims are being treated. Good morning, Sharifa.
Good morning, Nydia. Yeah, many of the surviving victims, they were brought here all said to be in stable condition. A 33-year-old, a 29-year-old, and 23-year-old, they were killed. Police believe at least one of those victims were targeted. It was just after 2 a.m. Sunday.
We're not sure if it was a block party or just simply, a group of individuals that were invited from other parts of the city. It's just not clear at this time.
More than 100 people gathered in West Philadelphia. Altogether, 9 people were shot. It happened on the 1200 block of North Alden Street. The victims ranging in age from 23 to 33 years old. All taken to area hospitals, many of them undergoing surgery.
It appears that there were multiple shooters. It's unclear at this time how many. But we have counted at least 25 to 30 spent shell casings this time.
Philadelphia.
Okay. So yeah, another American made mass shooting, and we've skipped over, because of just how eventful the last couple of weeks have been, we have completely skipped all the other shootings. There's been one shooting we've been talking about all week. I think we all know which one. No one called him a name. I would recommend respecting the galactic mods, first off. And second, that's definitely not how you spell no one. Alright, now let's talk about that shooting, which I just alluded to. The the shooting at the, not attempted, the shooting that happened at the Trump rally, more specifically, the shooter himself Alright, yeah, and it seems that NBC News has some more details for us. Oh, wait.
Take a look at what happened.
Stop.
1 week since the assassination attempt of the former president.
Stop, Webb, stop.
The campaign rally in Butler,
God damn it. Okay.
Pennsylvania.
Oh my god. Why are you being this way? Okay, hold on. There we go. I almost forgot. I already added your whoa, the delay on the stream is bad. It is way longer than I was thinking. I'm supposed to be on super short delay. But I'm seeing a super long delay right now. Not cool. What, Nightbot left us too? This is a disaster. Say what? Hold on. I'm gonna attempt a Nightbot command there. But I almost forgot to check how many likes we have on 24 likes. Oh my god. Which means we get another 2 support characters. That's a 17. And that's a 15. A 17 and a 15. Who does that? Oh, it's Goku. Dragon Ball Z, here to Kamehameha our way through politics. And the Pink Panther, who's directly in front of Goku. Alright, alright. Goku and the Pink Panther are huge pals in this universe. Alright, back to this. Is Nightbot really not working? That's very far. What is happening?
Authorities appear to be no closer to declaring a motive, but a clear picture of the shooter and the actions of 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks is emerging. A source familiar with the investigation telling NBC News Crooks flew a drone at the rally site mere hours before Donald Trump took the stage. While common for the Secret Service to ban drones over areas they are securing, it's unclear if that happened in this case. Drone and drone equipment were found in Crooks' car, according to a senior law enforcement source. Two senior law enforcement sources tell NBC News the FBI has uncovered more than 14,000 links on the phone of the shooter, and that online searches by Crooks involved depressive disorder, explosive materials, and chemical compounds, as well as information about the 2021 Oxford High School mass shooting and convicted shooter Ethan Crumbley. The details come as actions by the Secret Service come under growing scrutiny, including how long it took to get former President Trump off the...
Okay. So yeah, the new details there coming from, who's that, ABC? One of them, NBC, yeah. One of the BCs. Apparently, he flew a drone overhead, which is where drones usually fly, in the area. It's not clear exactly what time that was done, but it was obviously before the shooting. And apparently he was also a big fan of what was his name? Ethan Crumbley. God. All right. As we make our way into talking about the Kamala stuff, we've got a few other political stories here to discuss. First, let's look at this from CBS New York. Trump holds first rally since assassination attempt in key battleground state.
Former President Trump held his first rally yesterday since the assassination attempt on his life.
And President Biden, who is still, meanwhile, recovering from COVID, promises to hit the campaign trail once again this week, while many Democratic leaders continue to call for him to drop out of the race. CBS 2's Bradley Blackburn has more.
Doug, Elaine, Michigan is a key battleground in this race. Former President Trump won the state in 2016, while President Biden claimed it in 2020. So that's one reason why the Trump campaign chose Grand Rapids for this event, precisely a week after that assassination attempt, down to the hour, former President Trump stepping up to the podium to rally his supporters. Inside a packed arena in Grand Rapids, Michigan, former President Trump rallied the crowd and for the first time campaigned with his new running mate, JD Vance.
I'm sorry, what is this? What am I looking at here? Is that a Nazi salute? What am I looking at? Am I misinterpreting what I'm looking at right now? What the fuck is that?
Rallied the crowd and for the first time campaigned with his new running mate, JD Vance.
I stand before you only by the grace of Almighty God. That's true.
The rally held 1 week after the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Security was tight, and the large bandage on Trump's ear at the RNC now switched to a smaller bandage.
And they keep saying, he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week, I took a bullet for democracy.
Some of the attendees in Michigan,
a lot different, more tight security,
said they were also there in Butler, Pennsylvania last week, making the trip to send a message.
This shows, resilience and toughness.
Okay. Wait, I need to get my shoes. That one still confuses me. My only, the only theory I have on the shoes is that they've got lifts in them. Like, what's his name shoes? Is it Ted Cruz? No, Marco, no, it was DeSantis. I feel like he's probably got the DeSantis shoes going, but like better made, because he's probably got a little bit more money than DeSantis. He's like, I can't leave the shoes. Okay. Good luck on what? I don't understand. Although I also don't understand Is that a sarcastic username? Or do you genuinely believe what your username says? I'm confused. Anyways, let's go to this. Talk about vice presidential candidate now, JD Vance. Mr. Vance.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. With us now, returning to the program, always a pleasure. Jeet here, national affairs correspondent for The Nation. Jeet is in a remote, secret location, as you can see. Maybe.
Let me just say that I have both Dick Cheney and the bones of Al Capone, or perhaps Al Capone and the bones of Dick Cheney. I cannot verify.
Well, we couldn't verify your whereabouts yesterday or Sam's when Lou Dobbs croaked. So this is kind of a theme here. Where
Yeah, no, Bob Newhart, Lou Dobbs, all the Giants.
You're busy over there at The Nation.
I was trying to revive Newhart. That's why I wasn't available. Matt, just turn that monitor. Turn the far one. Oh, you can see. Okay. All right. So, Jeet, we got a lot to talk about. Let's start with the RNC.
I think this is a slow news week. I don't know if you want to talk about movies, TV shows.
The assassination attempt of Trump is old news now. By this point, it's like okay.
I mean, I mean, I don't know that there's really that much to talk about in terms of the assassination attempt, except in the context of how it was used last night, but also in the fact that we still have not seen a medical report on what happened. Now, I'm not suggesting any type of conspiracy here, but it's odd because you would expect, the doctors said I was that the bullet that ripped through my ear could have caused some type of it's a little bit less dramatic than you
Jesus, I say that.
have anticipated had that, but be that as it may. There was still an assassination attempt. Somebody died. 2 other people were,
no.
hurt. But
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, despite the fact that there were these 2 deaths, and
Okay, hold on. Let's go further into this where they are actually discussing JD Vance. I think I'm going to be calling him JD Vance from now on. I heard somebody else say Vance, and I'm now obsessed with it. I think it was Nermeen Sheikh at Democracy Now! Actually, who I heard call him Vance. I was like, oh my god, I am doing that. Okay, I think they get into Vance. Where is the spot that I really wanted? Oh, why do I just insist on trying to remember what the places that I want to hear are? Who's in charge of all of this?
I went back and I looked at the list of speakers, and there was almost sort of a reversal in terms of where those people went this time, even from 2016. This was more 2016 than 2020 in some respects. But it was almost a reversal of where the sort of celebrity people were loaded up. He had Fran Tarkenton in 2016, who was a football player, and people were like, a football player. But now it was just all wrestling, which is interesting because that's completely kayfabe. But there were no sort of party, like you say, no party dignitaries. This was like a timeless convention that seemed completely distinct from any notion of republicanism.
Well,
I don't even think you
add
ever
to
heard
that?
we're the party of Lincoln. You never even heard that there, and none of that.
Or the fact that none of the former presidential nominees for the Republicans were there. Mitt Romney wasn't there. Bush wasn't there. Well, John McCain wasn't there either, but if you're not somebody who has bent the knee to Trump, you basically didn't show. They didn't even want you there. There's no like Republican dignity. Could you imagine if Hillary Clinton or Obama didn't show up to the DNC or make some sort of gesture towards it? It would be a huge story.
Yeah, the complete absence of the Bush family is also sort of, I think, worth noting. I mean, I mean, maybe they were there, but they were completely submerged.
Well, there are Bushes who have sort of bent the knee to Trump, but I think, and this is perhaps one of the few good things I'll say about Trump. He has complete contempt for the Bushes, and does not want them in his party. Except occasionally to kiss his ring. So yeah, of course, no. I mean, it really they've.
Okay, hold on. Gotta keep this moving. It's a great conversation, but it's like 20 minutes long. I mean, all the conversations on the Majority Report are great.
Candidate who has like always tried to emulate who's around them. So when he was at Yale, he did that sort of, and there's like, so I don't necessarily know if he's like such a great like politician, but I do think he is exactly a great networker. He is part of that Teal network, and he is the way in which the Teal network combined with Project 2025 will try to remake American government. And it is like, the vision is essentially it's a Nietzschean Ubermensch vision. There's a few people who know how the world works. They should be in charge. And Teal has basically said, American democracy as a vehicle for my type of politics ran into trouble in once women got the vote.
That's almost like an explicit. That's almost a word for word quote.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Our vision of liberty, it became obsolete once the franchise was expanded. Now, and it's hard to explain how much. I mean, Vance is a total chameleon, silly putty candidate who has like always tried to emulate who's around them. So when he was at Yale, he did that sort of moderate Republican, never Trumpist thing, and then now he's around Teal, and he's like so much a Tealite. Teal is a great fan of this very conservative philosopher René Girard, who's actually a very interesting theorist who has like these ideas of sacrificial victims and mimetic imitation. But Girard was a strong advocate of Catholicism, and Teal got Vance to read Girard, and then Vance converted to Catholicism. So basically, you have someone who's like, oh,
JD Vance, so scrupulous, so idealistic and values based. First he called Trump Hitler. Now he's vice presidential pick for Trump and is licking those boots every morning, make sure that they're nice and shiny. Started as an evangelical, but once he met Peter Thiel and all of his tech billions, decided maybe Catholicism is for him. Real backbone, that JD Vance. Okay. Now, let's keep going, talking about, well, what they were talking about, which was basically the RNC. But let's talk about it from this perspective here. That being what Trump is doing in his attempts to gaslight the black community about his racist record.
As the Republican National Convention enters its third day, we look now at how Donald Trump is trying to increase his appeal with black voters. During the first presidential debate, Donald Trump slammed President Biden for allowing migrants into the country, claiming they're taking, quote, black jobs.
The fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
What is a black job? What is it? Is that just any job that a black person happens to have at the time? I mean, I'm very confusing. Not exactly sure what he's trying to say here.
We're joined right now by Howard University political science professor Clarence Lusane. His latest book is titled $20 and Change, Harriet Tubman and the Ongoing Fight for Racial Justice and Democracy, also author of The Black History of the White House. His piece in The Nation is headlined, "Don't Believe Trump When He Claims He's Not Racist. Trump Does Not Deserve a Single Black or Hispanic Vote. Nada. None." Professor Lusane, thanks for joining us again on Democracy Now! Can you talk about the point that he is making? We just had a long discussion about immigration. President Trump pitting Latinos, immigrants against African Americans in this country, and the significance of this.
So thank you for having me. So as you're...
Wait, does somebody in chat actually think that the assassination attempt was staged? We already kind of went over this way back and came to the conclusion that Donald Trump is much too much of a narcissist to allow someone to just pop off a bunch of shots in the direction of his head. There's just so many reasons why. Like with regards to, like, proving how that's just, you know, not a thing. There's no fucking way.
Previous guest just pointed out, it's important to know that this idea of replacement theory, that whites are being threatened by these cultural invaders, is something that the Donald Trump wing of the party has been using ever since Donald Trump stepped onto the national stage. The article I wrote in The Nation...
Wait, the camera angles were spectacular. You couldn't have staged it any better. Wow. It was a presidential rally filled with cameras, as they always are. So you would think they would have the angles covered.
To point out that we don't have to memory hold what Donald Trump's history of racism has been, but more importantly, also who has supported Donald Trump. Ever since he stepped onto this stage, every avowed racist in the country, Ku Klux Klanners, neo-Nazis, avowed fascists, have backed Donald Trump. And he's been able to get away with that kind of support because in many ways the media has evaded questioning him about that. But this has become the way in which the Republican Party in 2024, a party of grievance, extremism, and racism, operates and functions. And so it's really critical to not let this memory be lost of Donald Trump's policies and behavior over the last number of years and how that has permeated the Republican Party.
As you point out in a recent interview in Time magazine, Trump suggested the problem was really anti-white racism. If you look right now, there's absolutely a bias against white people, and that's a problem, Trump said. Your response, Professor Lusane?
So Trump, again, is leaning into his base. And what the data is showing is that for at least the last 10 years or so, if not even before then, that a majority of whites, and particularly Republican voters, believe that racism in this country exists against white people, that black people, that Latinos, that Asians basically do not have issues with institutional or systemic racism, but it's actually whites that are being targeted. And this isn't just kind of rhetoric. This is actually manifesting itself both in the Republican Party platform and Republican Party activists. Stephen Miller, for example, who your earlier guest referenced.
Yeah, we see way too much white grievance politics. And yet somehow Donald Trump is managing to gaslight people into into thinking otherwise to some degree. It's not effective across the board, but some people are being fooled by it to some degree, which is unfortunate to see, honestly. But got more time still in this here democratic election of ours to remind people. Let's go on. All right. Oh, we're there. We've gotten there. We've gone 45 minutes, and we've now made it to the Kamala section. Why would Hispanic immigrants want black jobs? That's a great point. Why wouldn't they want Hispanic jobs? You would think that that would be what they want. But I'm also, not able to determine that from this space station of mine. All right, let's talk about this in a slightly chronological order. I had this story already in my list before the events of today unfolded as they did. So let's start off with this from Channel 4 News from pretty much right before well, let's go here. America waits on Biden decision after president's COVID isolation.
Are we ready to hear from the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump? Come on out, sir.
Summoned by JD Vance, his newly appointed compere and deputy, Trump swaggers into the arena like a prize fighter. The white bandage on the life-saving earlobe may have been demoted to a humble plaster, but the story of his near death soldiers on, arguably his best material yet.
They keep saying, he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week I took a bullet for democracy. What did I do against democracy?
Yeah! Trump's stand-up routine meanders from serious to comic and back again, and the crowd just can't get enough of it, oblivious to the issues that vex the America that abhors this man.
Immigration!
The lies, the court cases, the toxic taunts. But
this kid right here gets way too excited when he hears the word immigration. Just look at this young man's face right here behind Donald Trump. Watch his face when Donald says the word immigration.
The lies, the court cases, the toxic taunts.
Oh my God!
But this lot are also far more
it.
united behind Joe Biden staying in the...
Oh, did you see that? Oh my God, he said the word. Good God. Hold on. I forgot that this video was like this long. Let me get to the part where they're actually talking about not Donald Trump. Now, see, now I'm talking about Donald Trump. Let's get to the Joe Biden stuff. Huh, pal? There we go. Where are the solidarity ear badges? Great question. Great question. Where is Mike Lindell?
Talking about, President Biden hasn't been seen in public since negotiating these stairs last Wednesday night. COVID may have kept him covert, but it hasn't silenced the growing chorus for his departure.
Being able to show the whole world how a transfer of power can be done by the superpower of the world in a most respectful way. I'm hoping for that because I think it'll leave him with a tremendous legacy as one of the greatest leaders that we've had. And I say this, and I came to the decision with a heavy heart that I think it's time to pass the torch to a new generation.
Pass the torch! In the UK, removing prime ministers may be a blood sport, but in America, the daggers are sheathed in velvet. Pass the torch! It's pass the torch, not get the hell out, but scratch the veneer of deference, and you quickly get to raw nerves. Are you angry that he's still there?
I am angry. I mean, I am glad that he got Trump out the first time, but frankly, he's been disappointing in the way that he's handled his transition into this election. And unfortunately, I don't think we can win if he remains in the election.
You know what established members of the Democratic Party who are still supporting Joe Biden call people like you demonstrating against him?
What do they call me?
Bedwetter.
I mean, my pants are dry. Rain aside. I don't think it's bedwetting. I think it's, look, this is a serious election. There are serious stakes, and we need to have a serious conversation about what our best path is to victory.
Time is running out.
It is.
That guy was more on point than he realized.
Who knows what the president is listening to? Clamor from the streets, muttering in the corridors, whispers of betrayal in his head, reassurances from his wife. America may be a democracy, but on the matter of Joe Biden, it feels very much like a cloistered monarchy.
Wow, Channel 4 taking more shots at our democracy. God damn. Britain, we've been giving Britain too many opportunities. Honestly, we're just leaving the door wide open to these sorts of attacks.
Well, I'm joined now by Mr. Biden's biographer, Chris Whipple, author of The Fight of His Life Inside Joe.
Okay, so basically, this guy, Joe Biden's biographer, whatever his name was, I forgot already. He came on to discuss this. Even he struggled with defending the current state of things in this interview, not gonna lie, although he did his best. We're not gonna watch that whole thing as things have changed so drastically. Let's just go straight to this. 6 ABC Philadelphia. Joe Biden drops out of the 2024 presidential race.
I want to move now to ABC's Selena Wang, who is traveling with President Biden in Rehoboth, Delaware. Selena, tell us what more you're learning and how this all came together. I'm hearing you may have word from Ron Klain.
Yeah, Rachel, I mean, you can only imagine how all of this is playing out for President Biden. He had to get off the campaign trail. He is isolated here in COVID. He had been trying before that point to do everything he could to prove to the American people, to prove to these Democratic lawmakers in Congress that he has the stamina to stay in this race. Then all of that came to a halt. And right when that came to a halt, you had mounting concerns. You had mounting data showing that things were not moving in the right direction. Now, President Biden is a stubborn person. I've spoken to many of his aides who say that for any regular decision, he wants a lot of data, he wants a lot of information. So you can only imagine how much thinking and rumination it took for him to get to this point. And I want to read something that's very telling. This is a tweet from Ron Klain. He's a former White House chief of staff. He's also a close Biden advisor. And this gives you a window into the thinking of his inner circle. Quote, now that the donors and electeds have pushed out the only candidate who has ever beaten Trump, it's time to end the political fantasy games and unite behind the only veteran of a national campaign, our outstanding VP Kamala Harris. Let's get real and win in November. Now, what I really...
Okay. So yeah, that was the breaking news 7 hours ago. Things have shifted already. That was only a staffer saying that. Eventually, very shortly after that, Biden directly endorsed Kamala Harris. Let's go here to this.
Right back to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. And Mary, we are following these rapidly moving developments. First, we had the letter from the president of the United States saying that he was going to step aside in this race. Now we are seeing yet another post on social media from President Biden, because the big question after the president announced that he was going to step aside in this race was who exactly was going to step in. Mary Bruce, it seems like the president has an answer to that question on who he's endorsing here.
Rachel, the president, in a tweet just announcing that he is offering his full support and endorsement for Kamala Harris to be the nominee of the party. I want to read this full message from him. He says, my fellow Democrats, I've decided not to accept the nomination, to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. He says, my very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. He says, today I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, he says, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. The president has always made clear, Rachel, that he believes that Kamala Harris has what it takes to be president. He wouldn't have chosen her to be vice president if he didn't. But we have seen sort of
Okay, cool. Wouldn't have picked her as vice president if he didn't think she was capable of doing the job. Makes sense. That actually makes sense. Okay. What in the fuck is happening in here? Are you still going on about this attempted assassination on Donald Trump? Explain to me in what scenario you think Donald Trump, a man who loves himself more than anybody else on this planet loves him, and perhaps more than anybody else loves anybody else, in any way, shape, or form, would have somebody take multiple shots in his direction with a assault rifle with no scope on it from 200 yards out. I have absolutely no no faith in that. There is no amount of I think explanations that you could try and give here that would actually like tell me that yeah, Donald Trump would be okay with that. Like, I can't think of a single scenario in which Donald Trump would say, you know what, that's a good idea, right? I don't know where he would have to be in life for that, because the fact is like, sure, is he having some problems? No, yeah, but I think he would literally have to have be living on the streets with $0, suffering from hepatitis, and I don't know what you know, and also it would leave you deaf. We don't even know if he can hear out of that ear. Is there any evidence that he can or can't? I mean, this is a lot of conspiratorial thinking coming from you right now. Okay, let's go on to talking about Kamala Harris. And the fact is I actually had a plan today, and it completely changed after this came out, essentially. Although maybe we'll still try and do this, I don't know. But I don't think it's gonna be worth our time. And what I'm alluding to is the Galactic UN vote, which we had talked about doing previously on who people in chat in the space fams thought should be the new presidential pick. I think most of us knew that it would be Kamala, but I thought it'd be fun before any of this happened. But now things have changed, and well, this is from CBS News from 6 hours ago, where all possible Democratic challengers to Kamala Harris said that they are standing down.
CBS News is doing a lot of reporting, and I want to make sure we get to all of the new information that is just coming in. Robert Costa, I know you have something new you want to share with us.
Yes, so sources close to several of the people who might be considered possible challengers to Vice President Harris for the nomination, people close to California Governor Gavin Newsom, people close to Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, all saying they're preparing to stand down. They do not believe that Democrats will challenge Vice President Kamala Harris at the convention in Chicago. Already in this immediate aftermath of President Biden's momentous decision, you see behind-the-scenes Democratic consolidation. The real race will be for vice presidential nomination on the Democratic side, but it is intriguing to me as a reporter, but there's no one at this moment preparing behind the scenes to challenge Vice President Harris.
That's right. Governor Gretchen Whitmer just saying, with Biden out, my job in this election will remain the same, doing everything I can to help elect Democrats and stop Donald Trump. She wrote that on social media, so she will not get in the way of Kamala Harris seeking this Democratic Democratic Party nomination.
And my sources agree with yours in terms of not seeing a head-to-head challenger. But the question then becomes, who is the person who stands beside her August 19th at that Democratic convention to seek the nomination in that vice president role? That's where the focus is. Anyone, I was told, looking to challenge her would be committing political suicide to try to go head-to-head after Joe Biden had been so key in making it very clear, just within minutes of announcing he was not going to seek re-election, that he was.
Okay. So yeah, all of the potential people have seemingly gotten ahead of things and stepped out of the running. I will point this out. Nobody can post links in the chat aside from mods. So you can't post any clips in here. Also, we're done talking about the attempted assassination on Trump. We're talking about Kamala now. So let's focus in. How's that sound? Let's go to this. Directly after, literally an hour, less than an hour after, I think, after the announcement that Kamala Harris was going to be the new presidential nominee, the Trump campaign released an attack ad on Kamala Harris, of course. Didn't take long. Let's see what that looks like.
Now, I just referred to this a moment ago, folks. This will give you an idea of how nasty the campaigns are about to get. But the Republicans, as they said last week, they're already starting to zoom in on Kamala Harris as their likely opponent. Well, the first political attack ad against her has just aired. Let's take it.
Kamala was in on it. She covered up Joe's obvious mental decline.
Our president is in good shape, in good health, tireless, vibrant, and I have no doubt about the strength of the work that we have done.
But Kamala knew Joe couldn't do the job, so she did it. Look what she got done. A border invasion, runaway inflation, the American dream dead. They created this mess. Kamala owns this failed record.
So that is going to be, I think, their, what do you call it? Their main strategy, right? Is to pin Biden's record as well as his decline, both on Kamala. Whether or not that will stick, I honestly don't know. But it seems a bit disingenuous, because we all know that the vice president is certainly not the most powerful person in the country. I mean, if I recall correctly, people were all saying, oh, Joe Biden, he was vice president. What do vice presidents even do leading up into the 2020? So, I don't know. It's just weird. But maybe it'll work. People are dumb. All right, let's look at this. This is a different ad. But instead, this was from 8 years ago for Kamala Harris's Senate campaign.
Fearless. That's what Elizabeth Warren said about Kamala Harris taking on the powerful on behalf of the people of California. Harris prosecuted violent predators and transnational gangs exploiting women and children, took on big oil companies violating our hazardous waste laws, and Kamala Harris sued the big banks and won. $20 billion for California homeowners.
Kamala Harris was fearless.
Kamala Harris for Senate. Fearless for the people of California.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Got a bunch of clips here. Hold on. Actually, no. Hold on. We're going to watch part of this. So yeah, that was a Kamala Harris Senate campaign ad where she pointed out that she sued the big banks and got money for homeowners by way of that lawsuit, among other achievements that she had achieved before even becoming a senator. Now, this is how do we watch this in this order? Actually, I feel like we should do these first. You know, never mind. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. Let's go here. Go to 60 Minutes, where they did a interview in 2023 with then Vice Presidential. Then Vice President Kamala Harris. I guess she's still technically vice president, even though, yeah, I guess, yeah, so whatever. Well, it looks like that free-for-all might not be happening. At least that's what it seems like right now. Anyway, just figure we would hit a bunch of different spots here to try and familiarize ourselves, if we aren't already, with Kamala Harris, who she is. Perhaps some of the memes and things here. It is Sunday, fun day after all, so I do try to keep these fun. Who knows where the fun will show up. Let's go here. This is an explanation of the coconut tree origin as it relates to Kamala Harris.
The Kamala Harris
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
meme has exploded over the last few weeks, honing in on her famous laugh and the offbeat tone of her speech.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
But what was the context of the original video? Well, it was from a May 2023 White House event about advancing Hispanic excellence. She spoke about the broader factors the administration should consider when supporting young leaders.
We also then have to be clear about the needs of their parents and their grandparents and their teachers and their communities, because none of us just live in a silo. Everything is in context.
Which led to this anecdote about her mother.
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all.
Okay, so yeah, that is the origin of the Kamala coconut reference. In case you were unaware, I was actually unaware myself until finding this video while looking through all of this today. Okay, I guess let's look at this. This is just a compilation, according to a little channel called Betches, from 4 days ago, of Kamala Harris's funniest moments and best quotes.
We did it, Joe. I love good news. Love good news. I just love good news. Mr.
Don't
Vice
we all?
President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh
speaking.
in.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Tails on the boat, go round and round. Hi, everybody. Okay, hold on. Looking for Jose. Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris.
Best rapper alive.
Tupac. I love Venn diagrams.
Okay, now there's a conspiracy theory that I feel like needs to be unwrapped right there.
Best rapper alive.
Tupac.
Best rapper alive, Tupac. Now, my question about this is does that mean that Kamala Harris genuinely believes that Tupac is still alive, making music on some like Caribbean island or something? Because that's what comes to my mind immediately. I'm like, does Kamala Harris genuinely thinks Tupac's alive, or does she not know he's dead? It's all very confusing to me.
love Venn diagrams. I really do. I love Venn diagrams. It's just something about those three circles. Who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right? Look at my bus! Oh my God, I love it! Oh wow!
Apparently she really likes buses. I don't know what's up with that. No, I know. So I know that some people still think that Tupac is alive, which is what I'm getting at here. Like, is Kamala of the belief that that Tupac is still alive and making tracks, and that, you know, some of the things that we've heard released were actually just Tupac still alive or whatever, right? Like, I've heard a bunch of theories on it in my life, and I was like, oh my God. I feel like she just forgot that he's dead, or just didn't hear the question correctly, but it's more funny to believe that she actually thinks that Tupac's alive, honestly. She's lovably cringe. Yeah, I feel that. Alright, I'm probably, almost definitely, very, very highly likely going to be copyright struck for doing this. Don't ever say I never took a bullet for the stream, okay?
And now a message from the Vice President.
She actually looks a lot like Ella Emhoff. It's kind of hilarious. Now, one thing you might not know about Ella Emhoff, which is very based, I think it was about a month after, somewhere in November of last year, she started a fundraiser for people in Gaza. So, good to know that she's in the old Harris household, if you will. Alright, we can't watch just a whole Saturday night live sketch. That's just unacceptable. But I feel like we gotta at least watch this part because it's fucking hilarious. That impression of MTG really is good. Oh God, don't stop. Don't do that. There we go. Alright. Enough shenanigans. I probably will be copyright struck for that 30 seconds that we used, but it was worth it. While we're talking about Kamala, just trying to have some fun. Let's go on to this. Figured we watch Kamala Harris in action in the Senate. This is from the hearing where Mark Zuckerberg came to the House to answer for the Cambridge Analytica scandal.
I've been here for on and off for the last 4 hours that you've been testifying, and I have to tell you, I'm concerned about how much Facebook values trust and transparency. If we agree that a critical component of a relationship of trust and transparency is we speak truth and we get to the truth. During the course of this hearing, these last 4 hours, you've been asked several critical questions for which you don't have answers. And those questions have included whether Facebook can track users' browsing activity even after the user has logged off of Facebook, whether Facebook can track your activity across devices even when you aren't logged into Facebook, who is Facebook's biggest competition, whether Facebook may store up to 96 categories of users' information, whether you knew whether Kogan's terms of service and whether you knew if that Kogan could sell or transfer data. And then another case in point, specifically as it relates to Cambridge Analytica, is, and a concern of mine, is that you, meaning Facebook, and I'm going to assume you personally as CEO, became aware in December of 2015 that Dr. Kogan and Cambridge Analytica misappropriated data from 87 million Facebook users. That's 27 months ago that you became, as Facebook, and perhaps you personally became aware. However, a decision was made not to notify the users. So my question is, did anyone at Facebook have a conversation at the time that you became aware of this breach, and have a conversation wherein the decision was made not to contact the users?
It's nice to hear somebody that isn't ancient talking about these things. I know these are from a while ago, but many of the lines of questioning asked by senators in this particular hearing were just pathetic. And at least she was capable of discerning some of the important, what do you call it? Features, if you will, of all of this, if you could call it that. And yeah, we need people like this in government.
Senator, I don't know if there were any conversations at Facebook overall, because I wasn't in a lot of them, but
On that subject.
yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what other people discussed. At the time, in 2015, we heard the report that this developer, Alexander Kogan, had sold data to Cambridge Analytica. That's in violation of our terms.
Correct. And were you a part of a decision? Were you part of a discussion that resulted in a decision not to inform your users?
I don't remember a conversation like that. But the reason why...
Are you aware of anyone in leadership at Facebook who was in a conversation where a decision was made not to inform your users, or do you believe no such conversation ever took place?
I'm not sure whether there was a conversation about that, but I can tell you the thought process at the time of the company, which was that in 2015...
Zuckerberg was so evasive during this hearing, it was ridiculous. But her line of questioning was good. She keeps pressing him until the very end, until her time runs out, and really kind of exposed his, lack of leadership and or caring about the data of Facebook users. I'd say it's less the leadership and more the the not caring. At least that's my estimation. She did ask good questions. Yep, I agree. All right. All right, last piece of Kamala stuff here. Let's look at this from the hearing of AG Barr from 5 years ago, where Kamala Harris grilled him during a Senate hearing here. All right. Right there.
Senator Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Barr, has the President or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone?
I wouldn't.
Yes or no?
Could you repeat that question?
I will repeat it. Has the President or anyone at the White House ever asked or suggested that you open an investigation of anyone? Yes or no, please, sir?
The President or anybody else?
Anybody else? You mean people other than specifically Donald Trump? Huh.
Seems you would remember something like that and be able to tell us.
Yeah, but I'm trying to grapple with the word suggest. I mean, there have been discussions of matters out there that they have not asked me to open an investigation, but...
Perhaps they've suggested?
I don't know. I wouldn't say suggest.
Hinted?
I don't know.
Inferred? You don't know.
Well played, Kamala. Well played. Yeah, I can see her being president. Okay. Well, we got through the presidential election for today. So great job, everybody. But we have a lot more to go through today. Let's see. Where do we start with there? Already an hour and 30 minutes into the stream. My God. Woof. Okay, I guess I might need to skip a couple. Let's start here, I guess. Yeah, I think in a debate, Kamala would absolutely wipe the floor with Trump. I think that's the main reason why they're concerned about her, right? Because there's still technically one debate left. I think she's much quicker than Joe Biden is, especially in light of the last debate performance. All right, let's go to this. As this has been something happening recently. I can't remember, was it Hochul or Adams? It was one of those idiots
Legal battle
who started all of this. But let's discuss something that's been happening a lot, we haven't really been talking about at all. And I think it's basically relegated to New York specifically, because a law was passed by, it was either Adams or Hochul, regarding this new crackdown on people selling cannabis illegally, right? And to preface all of this, before we get too far in here, I just want to point something out to you about New York's legislation regarding the cannabis, right? Because to sell cannabis legally in New York State, you have to get a license, which requires you to have $250,000 to apply for. So it essentially it keeps out anybody who is, not full of money, right? Or doesn't have access to a bunch of money somehow through their connections or otherwise. And so this crackdown is essentially a crackdown on people who couldn't afford it, right? It's saying, oh, you're too poor to enrich yourself from this. It's only the most, well-off people who can do this. And so, yeah, here's a recent bust that happened in the Bronx, where authorities seized what is apparently $10 million worth of quote-unquote illegal cannabis.
Now to breaking news, a massive pot bust in the Bronx.
Officials say millions of dollars worth of narcotics were seized, and CBS 2's Zinnia Maldonado is joining us from live from the scene in Mott Haven this morning with the very latest details. Zinnia?
Doug and Elaine, this morning, as you can see over my shoulder, NYPD is still out here actively investigating this and confiscating evidence from this location. Now, as you mentioned, Mayor Eric Adams was on scene earlier this morning after police say a routine inspection here along Timpson Place led them to a significant seizure of illegal cannabis products. Now, investigators say they received multiple community complaints about the illegal sale of marijuana at this location.
Bunch of Karens complaining about people selling weed in a state where it's supposed to be legal. Okay. And the fact is, there's been the government's drag show ban.
Michael Word loves entertaining people as Sapphire Milan.
My whole purpose of even being in the art form is to leave a legacy.
But when Governor Bill Lee signed the Tennessee Adult Entertainment Act into law, it started to affect the livelihoods of drag performers, he says. A lot of businesses started scaling back on hosting shows.
They put up a poster and somebody will put a hate message up under it. And so instead of saying, we're going to do this because this is what we've always done and we're going to stand our ground, they're pulling back because of one hate message.
The first in the nation law places strict limits on drag shows in public spaces. Last year, the Memphis theater group Friends of George's filed a suit against the state, claiming the ban on cabaret performances and drag shows violated its First Amendment rights.
No kidding.
The district court sided with them, but this week, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals reversed that lower court's ruling. The court found the theater group failed to show standing in its challenge of the state law.
The words that they do use are so very vague. They could apply to actors, wrestlers, drag performers, dancers, all sorts of different types of folks that are in the public eye. And
Stephen Ramo, whose drag name is Veronica Electronica, is disappointed in the court's ruling.
The drag is just the mode of delivery. It has absolutely nothing to do with the event.
Stephen Michael and other performers in Tennessee now wonder if they'll be charged with the crime for performing.
Can I be arrested for lip syncing to Jolene in the middle of a drag brunch on a Saturday afternoon?
Nobody should be having to worry about whether or not they're going to be arrested for performing. That is ridiculous. This is absolutely just disgusting. So yeah, that was signed into law by the governor of Tennessee. It was struck down initially by a lower court, and then the higher court of Tennessee decided to get involved. Now, here's something that Tennessee doesn't seem to have a real concern about, although I think they probably should. And that is Nazis. Real life, modern day neo-Nazis. Early in the week, we looked at a story involving an assault perpetrated by one of these people. I figured because of the fact that Tennessee has decided that some people don't have First Amendment rights, we should look at some of the people who do seem to have First Amendment rights in Tennessee. So let's start with this from 6 years ago. That's right, 6 years ago. Neo-Nazis hold rally in Noonan, Tennessee.
This stuff right here.
Police had carefully routed and protected the entrance of perhaps 30 white nationalists for a rally that started an hour later than planned.
Keeping
routed and protected. The police in Tennessee routed and protected a neo-Nazi rally. But drag performers might get arrested.
The two groups separated, and that'll be the challenge. That is the objective, to keep the two groups.
I'm sorry, I take it back. This one's Georgia. I forgot. This one. Hold on. I was gonna take this one out. This one. This one is in Nashville. No, Cookville and that. We have multiple in places that end in Ville. I got thrown off. But no, here, let's go to this in Cookville, Tennessee. Nazi flag seen at protests at drag brunch.
The Nazi flag was on display in Middle Tennessee this weekend. Here's News 2's Adam Mincer.
A group carrying a Nazi flag with signs accusing people of child abuse and chanting a phrase used by hate groups in the past protested an 18 and older drag brunch in Cookville on Sunday.
The government, and certainly not a small group of insurrectionists, should be able to tell us how to dress when we perform, where we perform, what we perform.
Upper Cumberland Pride, the group behind the brunch, says there's a, quote, direct correlation between this protest and a city council meeting held just days before.
They had some...
Did I ever play the PBS bit about the Republican operatives? I don't know. It's possible. Hard to say right now. I'm trying to think what you're referring to. All right, this is from 5 months ago, where two different extremist white nationalist groups marched in Nashville unimpeded.
New information tonight after a downtown demonstration this weekend many found disturbing. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 10. I'm Kenley Hargett. Saturday afternoon, many voiced concerns after seeing what appeared to be a neo-Nazi group marching through downtown. News 2's Nikki McGee has more on what we've learned as well as a response from the Jewish community.
Well, yeah, Kinley, tonight I was able to speak with the Anti-Defamation League by phone. They tell me they believe this march was comprised of two separate groups, the Blood Tribe and the Vinland Rebels, which they believe joined to help boost numbers. The ADL says this is the first public event the Blood Tribe has had in 2004, and their goal is to spread neo-Nazi messages. Today, I also spoke with the local Jewish community who has their response to the march.
Marching under swastikas, salutes, chanting, and symbols on red clothing. All signs leading to the Anti-Defamation League to believe the True Blood extremist group is making its presence known for the first time in 2024.
This is real. This is really happening. Our kids are being affected by it.
Saturday's march is just the latest hate speech the Nashville Jewish community has seen, reporting a rise in anti-Semitic flyers all around Nashville, graffiti, and even problems for children in schools.
So yeah, literal neo-Nazis are patrolling the streets of Tennessee, multiple occasions. And here's the most recent one from 5 days ago.
Within 24 hours, we are seeing another round of hate groups protesting here in Middle Tennessee. Today, flags were flying over the interstate just hours after extremists were seen walking through downtown Nashville over the weekend. News 2's My Owen shows us the latest and what local leaders are doing to try and stop it from happening again.
On Monday, just before 6 p.m., off of I-65, new video of about a dozen people carrying flags with swastikas, pointing as drivers rode by, smiling while wearing pro-white t-shirts.
Seems likely that we're unfortunately creating some kind of public image of Nashville as being potentially welcoming to these ideologies and folks like this.
Less than 24 hours before, similar protesters saturated downtown Nashville.
Yeah, well, the problem is if you have laws saying that you don't have free speech if you're in a private venue doing a drag show, but there are no laws prohibiting people from going to bars and wherever else with Nazi flags, then you send a clear message, right? Some speech is okay, the rest of it's fine, including this. So yeah, real anti-Semitism happening on the streets, Tennessee, NBD. But drag shows in private venues, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Alright, now let's look at some people celebrating themselves and self-expression, drag, etc.
Well, things are now wrapping up at RuPaul's DragCon. It was taking place at the LA Convention Center.
NBC4's Macy Jenkins is live there in what is considered one of the largest celebrations of drag culture in the world. Macy, how much fun did you have out there today?
Kathy and Jonathan, the outfits were so perfect. I loved seeing everyone. It was like I was on fire, you know, looking at all of these, like, oh, so fun. But listen, this DragCon was such an exciting experience for so many. The convention is over, but the smiles are as wide as ever as they strutted down the pink carpet for the world's biggest DragCon.
And antibiotics. Take your pills. You won't regret it.
If you're looking for a place full of love and without judgment, look no further.
Welcome to RuPaul's Drag Con. It's fantastic.
RuPaul's Drag Con LA is all about self-expression, inclusivity, and of course, having the best outfit. Many of them inspired by other standout drag queens.
I mean, it's inspired by Nymphia, her entrance look, because I thought it was fun, so I wanted to recreate it.
The two-day event brings drag queens from all over the world for live events, performances, and meet and greets. So many people are here to meet strangers and friends in the drag community.
DragCon is just this wonderful event where we can celebrate the art form, where we get to see our friends from all over the world in one place. And there's just so much love here. There's so much acceptance. You see tons of parents with kids that are exposing them to another slice of life.
More than 300 vendors are on the.
Now, I wonder what it would be like, what the ramifications would be if RuPaul tried to have DragCon at, say, Tennessee, right? Would everyone there be arrested? What are the actual implications of this fucking law that they put into place here? I mean, it really isn't clear, and it sounds like they could. Which is genuinely unfortunate and seemingly anti-democratic. If you believe in free speech, that is, but hey, whatever. All right. And I figured, even though it's technically not Pride Month anymore, there was, in fact, a celebration of Pride in a place called Rochester.
Well, a celebration spanning most of this gorgeous Saturday from morning through dusk. Rochester's 2024 Pride Parade and Festival occupied Highland Park for most of the day. Everyone coming together to celebrate each other. Geopolitical reports from Highland Park.
Organizers say the Pride Festival's first year at Highland Park was a success, and those who made up the record attendance tell me it was a day of inclusivity.
We have a very diverse community here, and we're celebrating that, and everyone's here, and it's absolutely phenomenal.
The Rochester Pride festivities started Saturday morning on South Avenue and Science Parkway with a parade. Everyone who walked and those on the sidelines waving flags and showing pride. The party then came to Highland Park for the first time. Trillium Health says moving the festival to Highland Park was a decision to better the community.
We deserve a day to celebrate, to talk about how far we've come and how far we still have to go.
That decision was proven right. Trillium Health told me they reached record attendance for this year's event with an estimated 20 to 25,000 attendees. A group of friends I talked to said this year was the best yet.
I love how this gives like festival vibes with like all of the shops, and I just love it.
The main thing that created those.
Okay, cool. Just figured we would try and keep some amount of a fun vibe going in here with all the stuff we have to look at today. Because it's not going to be the funnest Sunday Funday ever, I'm not going to lie. We're going to try. Oh my god. Where am I on this right now? How many videos do I have in here today? This is a disaster. Alright, let's talk about a couple of things relating to health. Actually, maybe just one thing relating to health. I might skip this other one just because of Wait, what is going on? 14 minutes? There's no way that's right. I'm going an hour and a half. Did my Twitch stream get disconnected? That's really weird. Really weird. Not sure what's happening there. Alright. Let's go to this. This is from Euronews from a day ago. Something that I had never heard of before. But apparently, cases of something called breast implant illness is causing a spike in the number of women seeking removal surgery. This is from Euronews from a day ago. Breast implant removal is on the rise among some women who began suffering from debilitating
weight gain, hormonal changes, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, which really bizarre.
Symptoms are not recognized an official medical condition, but more and more women are opting for the rare procedure.
I know that I've done the right thing because I feel incredible now.
I've been removing breast implants now for...
Sorry, I didn't read that one, but the number the number of women who have undergone an explant surgery has increased from 0.4 to 7% in 2022, which is like an increase of, Jesus Christ, what is that? 2,000%?
For say 5 or 6 years with people that come in who feel that they're unwell, and probably about 80% of them will come back in 6 months and say they feel a lot better.
Now, I have no idea. I mean, according to this video itself, it says that it's not a recognized medical condition. So I genuinely don't know what to think. I just thought this was a very odd story, and figured we would just watch it because it was just something I'd literally never heard of. All right, now let's go on to this. Is the man trying to reverse aging actually getting younger? This is the BBC from a day ago. Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. Wait, pause. Don't do that.
That have on both diagnosing and potentially even treating Alzheimer's.
So if we can identify individuals whose brains are aging a lot faster and estimate their risk for disease a lot better, so that either clinicians can provide custom-tailored treatment or individuals themselves can implement lifestyle changes.
I am a professional rejuvenation athlete. I love it.
Tech entrepreneur Brian Johnson is spending millions trying to turn back time on his body. I visited him last year to unearth his extreme and sometimes controversial regime of fitness, fasting, a load of tablets, tracking and treatments. And I'm back to see how it's going.
What have you achieved? What's possible and what's proving challenging?
Hearing still remains something we can't do much about. Heart health, we've made great strides in. My cardiovascular ability, my bone mineral density, my strength.
Can you talk me through what you're looking at in your brain and then any kind of interventions you're doing to try and reverse that biological age?
The brain shrinks and changes over time. So you're looking at the actual brain, and then functionally, you're looking at how it actually works.
But then what can you do next?
So we've done several things. Like last year when we spoke, I mentioned that I had problems where my posture was poor like this, and it actually...
Only not now.
Yeah, I fixed it.
Yeah.
And it lessened my blood flow. And so with bad posture, I had white matter hyperintensity. So this is like a scarring for the brain. When I fixed my posture and I did the physical therapy exercises, I reduced my white matter hyperintensities by 9 years. So I dramatically reduced my brain age by fixing my posture.
What we have to remember is that if you do an experiment on an individual, that is very different than an experiment on a population that can be peer-reviewed and replicated.
Okay. But yeah, that guy creeps me the fuck out. Not gonna lie. And this just so, like... he seems to have some sort of a weird god complex, if you ask me. And he's spending millions and millions of dollars on trying to keep himself alive. As if somehow that's great for society, for him to be alive as long as possible. I don't know what reasoning he has for that necessarily, but just seems incredibly weird. Although it's cool that we have made medical progress on things, which I felt like was a big part of that video, but still. Fact is a lot of those medical advancements are only available to people with a lot of money. Typical Canadian. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. Thanks for the follow there. Alright. Do we take a break now? Or do I talk this more? We got one more. Let's look at one last before we go on to our break here today. Let's go to this. How AI and automation are taking over grocery stores and drive-through lanes. This is from CNBC from 6 days ago. I'm gonna point this out to you before we even get going. They are thrilled about this.
From apps for fast food and food delivery to self-checkout and self-service kiosks, your favorite grocery stores and fast food chains are changing fast. Popular franchises like McDonald's plan to invest $2 billion into bringing AI and robots into stores and drive-thrus in 2024. In 2022, American grocery stores spent $13 billion on tech automations. The food industry...
They're willing to spend $2 billion to make it so that they can stop paying human beings to do things. So hot right now, so true. Megastar wants me to hydrate. I don't have a drink in front of me right now. I finished that. Hold on. You watch this. I'll be right back.
Association expects spending on things like smart carts and revamped self-checkout aisles to grow 400% through 2025.
Well, automation is playing a bigger role in fast food, and it will play a bigger role still. The problem is, with minimum wage hikes in places like California, with other cost pressures still coming through, it's very expensive now to run a fast food business.
Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. This guy over here. Wait, hold on. We gotta go back. Who's this guy work for again? Oh, he works at Global Data Retail. Yeah. Okay. Let me just point something out while this guy is complaining about how hard it is to run a fast food company. And let's just go with McDonald's. We could go with all sorts of people. McDonald's profits 2023, I mean. $14.5 billion, a 9% increase year over year. For McDonald's. Seems like they're doing fine. I don't know. 14, that's, remember, because sometimes it's confusing in economics. When they say profits, that doesn't mean that's what they wind up getting to pay themselves afterwards. That's how much money is made in excess of having paid all of the workers, having paid all of the CEO, like the C-suite officers, all the other sort of people, all the food costs and all these other sorts of things. That's how much money is left over, right? And they're crying about how hard it is because of a tiny increase in minimum wage. I mean, it's ridiculous. The fact is, they just need those profits to go up every year by that same amount or more. You know, it's got to be 10% next year. That's capitalism right there, baby.
Is still coming through. It's very expensive now to run a fast food business, and whilst fast food retailers have tried to remedy that by passing on prices to customers, customers of course don't like that, and volumes go down.
Americans are spending an average of $475 a month on groceries. Over the last decade, menu prices at most major fast food restaurants have...
Yeah, they have all been jacking up their prices. We've all seen it. Their costs have not even come close to meeting up with those. As we just pointed out, McDonald's had a 10% increase in year-over-year profits. So, what the math is just not adding up. Their claims that somehow labor is forcing them to raise profits doesn't hold water. Just doesn't. They could take less. They could just have less profits, and it would be fine. Everything would be fine, except for maybe McDonald's stock price. Which, oh no, what a tragedy. Oh no. Oh God.
Follow the rich white man.
Pace national inflation rates, according to research from Finance Buzz. Popular fast food items like McDonald's McChicken and McDouble, Popeye's mashed potatoes and gravy, Taco Bell's Chalupa Supreme, and Wendy's Small Frosty have all
hold on.
doubled in price since 2014.
We can't watch this whole thing. I started this like we were going to watch this whole thing. We are not. We do not have time for that. Okay, moving on.
So the only way to square this circle really is to try and reduce costs. And that means automation. So we will see many more ordering kiosks. We'll see the use of AI at drive-thrus.
My God.
We'll see other areas.
This guy has completely resigned himself to this fucking capitalist hellscape of the future. This is ridiculous. Did you hear? Well, you actually probably didn't. But the circle that he was talking about squaring is labor. That's the circle he's talking about squaring, quote unquote, with robots and automation. And here's the problem, right? Because the fact is, I don't have like just an outright objection to technology or to automation or AI even, right? Even though AI does have some serious environmental problems we've talked about in the past. But, you know, like I'm not some sort of anti-technologist in any way. But my fear, and that fear is very much essentially just being laid out by this guy, is that the capitalists who currently have all the power in the system in which we currently find ourselves in have determined that it's better for them to just try and run out the clock as long as possible, replace humans with robots and automation, and expect those same humans to come back to buy things when in fact they no longer have jobs. Right? They're planning on automating away everything that they can. This guy right here is a data consultant who's telling these very people on CNBC that this is the direction they need to go in. And the fact is none of these people believe that this is a path to communism, right? They hate that idea. They see it as the new way to continue enriching themselves as much as possible. Until the system just breaks, I guess.
The business, including supply chains, become increasingly automated, all with a view of taking out the labor cost.
Despite some grocery stores rolling back on self-checkout automation earlier in 2024, the same companies are now rolling out smart carts. Amazon is now selling grocers its Dash carts, and this is a smart cart by Caper Carts, which Instacart acquired in 2021. The carts are in large chains.
So basically, they're adding carts now with sensors in them. Rather than paying people to work, they're making carts that will monitor everything you're doing at the grocery store so that they'll know if you're stealing. Right? They'll know if you go to that self-checkout line and you don't check out all of your items, you know? It's a very interesting direction we're heading in, I think. Because at some point, there will be huge portions of the population that just suddenly lose jobs, right? We talked yesterday, I think, or maybe a couple of days ago, about how, nearly 4 million people work in call centers across the United States, and currently they are just working at breakneck speed to try and replace those jobs with automation, right? And you start adding up these sorts of industries, right? Even if you just pick a couple here and there, like customer service, like call centers, like people working in grocery stores, you're talking about huge portions of the population, right? In one go to some degree. Now, it won't all happen all at once. I'm being a little bit inflammatory with my language, but as these companies embrace these things more and more, they're going to run into a real economic problem. Who will buy the things that you're selling? It used to be that corporations served communities. Companies were more involved in their communities. People would work there. They would also buy things from the... I'm not saying that's how all of history goes, but you get what I'm saying here? Like, as this continues, where's the slack going to be picked up in the supposed economy that everyone's such a huge fan of, supposedly? I said supposedly twice, I think. I hate when I do that. All right. Is there more of this that I want to watch before we go on? Sold my soul to the company store. Yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. I'm not saying that what you're referring to there is what we need, but, companies have no, at least multinational companies, like the ones we're talking about in this particular video, people like McDonald's and Taco Bell or whoever else, they have zero loyalty to any of their community, and really don't see any of the negative effects on that community, right? All right. I'm gonna take a quick break. No, I want to hear this again. I don't know why. I just need to hear it again.
For the very soul of our nation, we have seen what can be, unburned by what has been.
Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. They really help out. If you'd like to help out even further, well, I've got one real good idea for you. You can become a Patreon subscriber. That's right. Galactic patrons and benefactors get super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. You could hang out here like the rest of these folks, sitting poolside with me, GalacticStreamLord, during these breaks, as well as get access to unseen content, secret Discord channel, and galactic shoutouts every stream. Just a few US dollars a month. Alright, well, enjoy this galactic intermission, folks. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back.
Unburdened by what has been, to see what is possible and what can be, unburdened by what has been and who has done what. Always believe in what can be, unburdened by what has been. That is what I want for you. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To solve what could be, unburdened by what has been. To solve what could be, unburdened by what has been. To see what can be, unburdened by what has been. To
By the way, I personally cooked up that Kamala Harris montage track myself. I hope you enjoyed it. Intermission is coming to a close, chat, so finish those drinks, get back to your seats. The environmental news is coming. What will we start with today? I guess we'll start with this. Okay.
Emergency food is 60.
Pause. Alright, let's get to the environment, which is a utter shit show at the moment. And it seems that even major corporations have not only come to that conclusion themselves, but have decided to try and capitalize on that. Let's look at this story from 5 months ago. Costco emergency food kits spark wild conspiracy theories by doomsday preppers. New York Post.
I stopped at Costco today, and ReadyWise emergency food is $63.99, and it comes with 132 servings.
Right.
They also have Mountain Home emergency meal kits, which are $79.
The end is nigh, but the savings are high. Good God. 41 likes. Oh, God. Oh, no. And my software has been acting especially fucked today. What's that? Can't even read that. 3. It's a 3. And a 10. I'll try and give you those support characters, people, but my stream software is really acting messed up today. I have no idea why. It's very, very bad and very frustrating. Anyways, I just figured we'd laugh at that for a moment. And how Costco has decided to try and make some money off of people through the potential apocalypse. All right. Now let's go to Canada. As shit is not going super great in a little province known as BC, as over 87 new wildfires in British Columbia have erupted in the last 24 hours. Let's start with this one, which caused thousands to be on evacuation alert.
Fully engulfed, consuming everything in its path, the whole valley.
Fire is on the move in BC's interior, crawling up parched mountainsides and lighting up night.
Oh my God, I didn't even notice this when I was watching this earlier, so I must be blind. But apparently there's at least 300 fires actually actively burning across the province, not just the 87 new ones that happened in the last couple of days.
Skies.
Devouring everything in its path.
Of some 300 wildfires burning across the province, more than a third have started in the past 24 hours. The most concerning fire is burning west of Kamloops. It more than doubled in size on Thursday night.
We have gotten confirmation that that there was some structures destroyed last night.
And forced people to flee, including more than 70 people from an off-the-grid Hare Krishna community.
The weather was insane. Everything moved so quickly. We were, preparing in any case, but we thought we had a little more time to prepare.
Small communities were all intertwined, and so we all feel for our friends and neighbors.
You always think you have more time than you do. I think most humans have that sort of problem. Especially in life or death circumstances such as this. Evacuations are called. You're in the middle of packing a box and you just have to go. Oh boy. And there's definitely more to talk about with this. Let's go to this one here. This is from CTV yesterday.
The BC Wildfire Service says 320 active wildfires are burning in that province, with 87 of them starting in just the past 24 hours. 100 property owners in and around Silverton Lake have evacuated due to the Alwyn Creek fire, and the Shetland Creek wildfire is also forcing residents to now flee. Let's invite Donna McPherson, Fire Information Officer with BC Wildfire Services. Donna, thank you for your time on CTV News Channel.
Thank you for asking us.
The situation is looking grave as more wildfires have erupted in the last 24 hours. Talk to us about what is it looking like on the ground.
Well, here in BC, we've got very hot and dry conditions. We've had lightning, a fair amount of lightning in the last 24 hours and stretching back again. Most of the lightning has been in the Rockies and in the center part of our province. Winds have been increasing, especially around those thunder cells as they happen. So we're getting an awful lot of lightning fires. Matter of fact, most of our fires in BC have been caused by that so far.
Talk to us about how many properties are at risk with the latest surge in wildfires.
I can't give you that particular type of specifics because our organization in BC.
You can see in that picture back there of that helicopter. This is the moments. These are the moments where these helicopters are so important for the firefighting teams. Sorry, I just hit my vape, and that was a good one. But yeah, when you're in places like this with no access to infrastructure or anything else like that, you need these helicopters to be able to fight these fires, because in these remote locations, like, they're the only ones that can actually get water quickly, right? They just go down to the lake, they just fill it up, they go up, they dump it, and continue, right? Whereas the firefighting planes that we see cannot do that one go. They go, they put out the fire, what do you call them? The fire retardants, the red sprays that we see come out of the planes, and they have to go back to the airport. They have to go all the way back to whatever airport they came from to refill, which takes a lot of time. It means that the fire will be spreading the whole time that they're flying and refilling. And with 300 fires in BC, I can imagine that resources are stretched very thin right now in this moment. Whether or not they're bringing it up That's just in BC. We know we've talked about fires that are happening in like Vancouver. Was that? No, wait, no. What's it called? The Northwest Territories, and was it Alberta? Although I know some of them were put out. I did hear that there's still fires burning in other provinces. Just not talking about them right now because we have a lot of things to talk about. And we also have to try and have fun while doing it. Because it's Sunday Fun Day, and that's basically my, what do you call it? My charge, right? That's my God-given mission, making today fun somehow.
Jesus, I say that.
Hush, Amarosa. I don't need you chiming in right now. Okay, let's go on to this. Just south of BC in Washington. This is from King 5 Seattle, where several trails are being closed near Glacier Peak due to wildfires that have also been sparked by lightning. Seems like a lot of lightning in the northwest of North America causing fires.
I hope Taz returns home safely. More than a dozen trails are closed near Glacier Peak right now because of new wildfires sparked by lightning. That includes part of the Pacific Crest Trail. These fires are burning east of Darrington. Firefighters say this area is a very dangerous place to be right now. They're dropping buckets of water on the fires, and they're trying to get more crews up there.
Oh my God. It's at the top of the mountain. I didn't even notice that earlier. I was just listening to this one. Jesus Christ. Raison d'etre, exactly. Thank you, PB. Put the synonyms, the phrase book over there for me. As we know, I struggle with this often. Alright. Now, let's talk about this. Let's have fun. Speaking of fun, and my stream goal here today of fun. Let's talk about surfing.
Surfers trying to catch some waves off the coast of Santa Cruz, California, now competing with an unlikely adversary, a sea otter, who's become infamous for biting boards and stealing surf. She's known as Otter 841, a 5-year-old female who's been stalking surfers in this area for months.
It was a cute encounter at first, which turned aggressive real quick.
June Young.
Okay, so we're not talking about surfing. Tangentially, we're talking about surfing. It's very much a part of all of this, but we're here to talk more about Otter 841. Now, this is from a year ago, this what we're watching here. We're going to do a little bit of a deep dive on this particular otter.
Was surfing in the area when the seemingly harmless otter lunged at him.
It made eye contact with me. It looked straight at me and my board, and before I was able to get far, it started attacking my surfboard. It was biting.
Oh,
I was
God.
just chewing it.
That when I'm sorry, but when he said when the otter made eye contact with me, it broke me inside. Just truly broke me. Oh boy.
Tearing it apart.
Parts of his board torn to shreds.
Wow.
But was Otter 841 born to be wild?
Sea otters in their domain, in the ocean, they are top predators in their environment.
While experts from Monterey Bay Aquarium say this confrontational behavior is abnormal for the species, this otter's mother also has a checkered past.
Her mom was rescued and rehabilitated and re-released by the aquarium. And then her mom had to be taken out of the wild because this sea otter's mom was fed by people.
Okay, I don't like the sociological implications that are being espoused here by these individuals. Suggesting that somehow otter crime, so to speak, runs in the family. That is low. That is just low. Truly just baseless pseudoscience coming from these people over here. Let's go to here from 8 months ago. Perhaps explaining what happened. Infamous Santa Cruz otter 841 gives birth. These otters don't fall out of a coconut tree. Was that a Kamala reference?
Otter in the waters of Santa Cruz is back in the news for a completely different reason. Otter 841 made headlines all summer for evading wildlife officials and becoming aggressive with surfers. She is now a parent. Local photographer posted a picture of the mother and pup playing in Monterey Bay yesterday.
Aw. See, he's just a cute otter baby. Oh wait, I didn't even show it to you because I'm a jerk. Why did I do this? Go back. No. Go back. I am so sorry, chat. I just shirked my duty, and for that I apologize. Here we go. Let's try this again. Take 2. Go, web, go.
Otter in the waters of Santa Cruz is back in the news for a completely different reason. Otter 841 made headlines all summer for evading wildlife officials and becoming aggressive with surfers. She is now a parent. Local photographer posted a picture of the mother and pup playing in
Baby
Bay
otter.
yesterday.
So cute. Such a cute otter. And that's the reason she's the mama, protecting her hunting grounds and her little baby, you know? Nothing wrong with that. All right. However, there is a disturbing trend as it comes to otter pups that we need to talk about. It needs to be addressed in the otter community. Because apparently some male otters are holding their own pups for ransom.
No, Michael. If you wanted a fry, you should have ordered some. Michael, you do this every time. Fine, you win, Michael. Have a french fry. Oh my god, Michael! Stop! I'm not giving you any more! Why did you even order a salad? You hate salads! All you do is eat the croutons! Michael!
Oh no.
Michael!
Oh god. So sad. It's so sad. This poor otter pup over here covered in water. His own birthday party. His mother forced to eat a salad just because his father couldn't pick what to eat. Now, of course, that was a cartoon dramatization of a real life fact about otters. Shocking. No wonder otter mamas are so protective. They got male otters holding pups for ransom. You know, got surfers, smashing them in the head while they're trying to fish. I mean, I would be a little ornery too. Just saying. All right, let's go. Let's go to this. This is from a day ago. We already watched this early in the week, but I figured we would watch it again today. You might already be thinking, this feels like it's leading up to something. And who knows? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I just run the show.
Well, after evading capture for an entire summer, the most notorious sea creature along California's coastline made a splashy return recently. Carter Evans went on a quest to spot the otter like no other.
These are the latest mugshots of Otter 841, America's most wanted marine mammal. Last summer, she terrorized surfers in Santa Cruz, California, biting boards, even hijacking them. Now
Look at the
she's
way.
back, and surfers are on the lookout.
Are people excited to see this otter?
I think they're excited to see it first, and then they kind of get scared.
In an effort
Look at the way that the media is painting this otter. I mean, it's just wow. You see the photoshopping involved? I mean, good God.
To do a deep dive.
This is
We
a hit
the
piece.
water.
She's been sighted at surf spots like this, but so far, no outlaw otters.
When I saw her, she was just feeding, real close to the cliffs.
Photographer Mark Woodward snapped the latest pictures of 841, the number on her tag, over the Memorial Day weekend.
And she was being very respectful of the surfers.
He also captured the images of otter mania that went viral last year when crowds tried to get too close.
At least they found one pro otter person out there who said that she was being respectful.
So with paddleboarders and kayakers going right through the middle of kelp beds where sea otters sleep, it's dangerous. It's also illegal.
Concerns.
Oh.
Illegal.
Oh, it's illegal. Well then, sounds like she's actually just living her best life and then getting viciously attacked by criminal humans. Now, where is it? Yes. Breaking news. We've actually got a huge story here for you folks here today, as I have got Otter 841 on the line with us right now. Hold on, let me make sure. Is that right? Yep, we got. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, Otter 841. Good to have you on. Should I call you Otter 841? Uh-huh. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. All right. So you're saying that you don't appreciate being referred to as Otter 841. That is something that you have been given to. This name is somehow just offensive to you because of the humans having given it to you as some sort of a criminal, when in fact you're just... Wow, okay, well, I'm so sorry. Now, could you at least you maybe clue us in on how this has all affected you and your life? Uh-huh, yeah, no, interesting. And you're saying, oh. Uh-huh. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. And you said I should call you Aquafina, is that right? Okay. Well, Aquafina, you know, I just want to say that I'm really glad to be able to get your voice out here. And you know, it clearly, as you've just said, you know, the humans are just disrupting you while you're sleeping, while you're fishing, minding your own business. You're pregnant, just trying to live your very best life. You know, live, laugh, love, and then you get smashed by kayaks and surfboards and beer bottles, and it's upsetting to you. And you know, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh. That too. Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay, so you also think that the surfing looks cool. I see what you're saying. So you know, you figure, hey, while I'm being interrupted from my sleep, maybe I could take up a hobby. And you know what? I totally understand that. I know your time is short. You got to get back to mothering your pups, but I really appreciate you coming on here today. Everybody, give Aquafina here a round of applause. Great interview. Great interview. Really appreciate that. All right. Well, no longer will we be referring to that otter as Otter 841. From now on, Aquafina. All right, chat. Well, I hope you learn something from that eye-opening interview with Aquafina the Otter. Now, to wrap up our otter coverage, I figured we just watch one more fun otter-related video. It is Sunday Funday.
Kevin, could you get me the 3/8 from my toolbox? Kevin, hurry up in there. Don't keep me waiting, pal. Just grab the 3/8. Kevin! Kevin! 3/8! Thanks, pal. Kevin, could you get me the fire extinguisher?
No, I don't want reality. You found it yet, Kev? Hurry up in there!
Poor Kevin. He just wants his father's approval, but his dad needs a much better system of organization. Not gonna lie. But you know what's not a lie? The fact that otters use rocks as tools. Fun facts. Alright, now on to the rest of the environment. Let's go to this. In California as well, but on land, where multiple fires are still out of control. Let's first look at this one. This is the Ridge Fire in Colusa County. Oh, apparently two counties, Colusa and Lake counties, excuse me. ABC 10, this is from yesterday.
We start tonight with breaking news. A fast-moving wildfire is burning near Colusa and Lake counties. The Ridge Fire started around 4:30 in the area of Walker Ridge Road and Highway 20. Take a look at your screen. CAL FIRE says the wind is causing this fire to spread quickly. It grew to nearly 200 acres in less than an hour. Look at all that smoke blooming. It's now up to 2,500 acres and dozens of structures are threatened right now. The Colusa County Sheriff's Office issued several evacuation orders in the area. Caltrans says Highway 20 is fully closed east of Clear Lake at Route 53. Now we have a crew headed to the fire and we'll have more for you tonight at 11.
But let's talk about the...
That is a lot of smoke. That is a lot of smoke. Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. San Diego. It is coming from the UC San Diego cam here. So it looks very close to what appears to be UC San Diego itself. I could be wrong about that. Maybe this is just one of their... Maybe this is just some sort of a wildfire monitoring site, but I don't know. I don't know a lot about UC San Diego. Not gonna lie.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Alright, now this is an update on that fire, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, same channel. 6 hours later. Oh god, don't do this to me. There we go.
We start tonight with breaking news. Good evening, I'm Luke Clary.
And I'm Devin Truby. Thank you for joining us tonight.
That breaking news, a fast-moving fire burning across Colusa and Lake counties right now.
And the Ridge Fire started around 4:30 in the area of Walker Ridge Road and Highway 20. It grew to nearly 200 acres in less than an hour. It's now up to 2,300 acres and is 10% contained. Now, dozens of structures are threatened right now. The Colusa County Sheriff's Office said several evacuation orders have been issued in the area. ABC 10's Garshpal Sangha takes us inside the Ridge Fire.
Just holy shit.
The explosive Ridge Fire burning across 2 counties. And for
it to grow 2,000 acres in 24 hours, I mean, holy shit. So many of these fires that we've been seeing in California have been moving so quickly this year. I'm sure that the heat wave that the West saw for over a week had something to do with this.
Evacuations.
Where the fire is burning, it is really, for the most part, a remote area.
firefighters early Saturday evening responding to a vegetation fire near the Lake and Colusa counties border, near Walker Ridge Road and Highway 20. CAL FIRE says the fire began moving at a rapid rate of spread.
A lot of resources that we've augmented, brought in, both from the air.
Yeah, no, it's a good point to mention the wind conditions. You can see the fire, or the smoke itself, being pushed in this direction to the left. Who knows if that's east or west or what, but but yeah, the wind is absolutely adding to this. Oh, and here's something that we learned before. It also happens to be on a hill right now, which fires go upwards faster. If you didn't know that.
To try to keep this fire within a box that we've kind of created.
CAL FIRE's Jason Clay says the wind-driven fire at times forced the embers to jump ahead of the main fire and helped it grow, which made the heavy air attack vital in the difficult steep terrain.
Reports from the fire line is that winds have kind of been erratic, but in general, early in the fire they were pushing.
I just realized when they looked at that footage, because that was the initial blaze that started all of this. We looked at that days ago. I think like 3 days ago, maybe. And then suddenly, over a very short period of time, it went from that to 2,300 acres. Holy shit. Okay. That's fucked. Now this is a different fire in a place called Azusa. This is from KCAL News from 13 hours ago, where firefighters are still attempting to contain this fire. By the way, that ridge fire that we were just talking about, 10% contained. Only 10% contained at the time of that
As Alex just said, temperatures in the valleys could hit 100 degrees today.
Yeah, so that could make for a dangerous day for firefighters battling the fork fire in Azusa. KCAL News reporter Tina Patel is live at Azusa with the latest on the firefight and this successive heat warning. Tina?
Yeah, good morning. We are staying in the shade because now that the sun has risen, we're already feeling temperatures starting to climb. There are a few people out walking early. They've got their bottled water because they know as the day goes on, it's just going to get hotter and hotter. You know, some people actually went up to the mountains to the Angeles National Forest this weekend. They were hoping that they would be able to cool off there. There's some mountain streams that usually are a great place to get respite, but many of the recreation and camping areas in this area are now closed because of the fork fire burning just above Azusa and Glendora. It's not cleared what sparked that fire Friday afternoon, but there is a lot of dry
shit. Omega Star says hydrate. And hydrate I shall do. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I do talk a great deal, and hydration is a necessary part of this. But yeah, hold on. Let's just go back a second. I just want to see that fucking picture just now. Where was it? Is it before here?
It's
oh,
not.
It's right there. I already paused it. Losing my mind. Seriously? This is bad. This is very bad. By the way, I point this out to you. Concrete does not like extreme temperatures.
What sparked that fire Friday afternoon, but there is a lot of dry brush in the mountains. So 330 acres have already burned. Right now, there's only 30% containment. Fire crews on the ground say the heat is a concern for them. They're doing what they can to stay hydrated and keep everyone safe in these conditions. And we saw another fire break out yesterday near Tahunga, this one called the Latuna Fire. It has burned more than 40 acres, and at one point it forced part of the 210 freeway to shut down. But as of last night, 90% containment. Firefighters say.
Okay, that's good. 90% containment. All right, at least this one is nearly 100% contained. Once they get to 90, I start feeling a little better. It continues to smolder under snow. Yeah, we've talked about the zombie fires before, haven't we, Gabby? Fucking zombie fires. Although most of the zombie fires are in the north. Although I do think that some of Northern California does get those as well. Could be wrong on that particular, but I think so. A lot of it has to do with the kind of forest that it is, that it happens to be. But most of them are in the very northern hemisphere. I know Russia gets them for sure. Choki, good to see you. Thank you for the rockets and chat. Really is the stuff of horror movies. Yep. I don't know what that's specifically in reference to, Omega. I don't know if that just came in, but yes. Whatever you're talking about, it's probably a yes. Let's go to this. This is a fire that was burning, and I believe is still burning. Actually, no, this is the same one we were looking at, isn't it? Oh yeah, this is the one we were just. Was it? No. Oh my god, there's too many fires. They're all blending together. It's out of control. This one's also in.
Well, we don't need oxygen for that, so we're still good.
In California. This one doesn't have a name. I don't think yet, but has been going for about a day now. Damn, that flame is super high. That's got to be like 100-foot high flame. We're looking at a literal mountain right now. It's got to be a really high flame. Okay. Alright, enough of the fires happening in the West. We get it. Pretty much the whole west side of North America is on fire from... I mean, we've been talking about the fires that have been happening in Arizona over the last couple of weeks. Basically, it's from Arizona all the way up to Canada. It's not good. Not good at all. Alright. Now let's talk about a different thing. But not leaving the West. Let's quickly look at this Vox article from a year ago. Attempting to ask and also answer the question, who's really using up all of the water in the American West? Why can't we have our support characters? This is offensive to me.
This represents all the water used in 1 year.
Hold on, we gotta go back because just so I can remember. I can't even look at my list right now because of the fact that it's so lagged. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Weird. So, this is everybody's water use in your house or your apartment, in your pool, to drink, to shower with, to flush your toilets with, to whatever. Spray down the sidewalk outside your house, whatever it might be. Wash your car. All of that adds up to this tiny amount. I wonder what this massive... I'm just wondering. We're gonna get there, but I just wanted to see if anybody can guess what the answer is going to be. Crypto. Server farms do use water, but that's not the answer. AI. Nope. Also not at the answer. I would be interested to see it. Agriculture. Rude interplanet Janet got there. And as it turns out, it's a very particular part of agriculture that happens to be using all of this water. Let's find out what it is. Actually, we're just going to go straight back to where we were. Thing that I think we should all keep in mind, because the fact is that this particular this jar of corn this jar with water in it, representing all the water being used by the corn growing industry in the West specifically, is not just human consumption corn. Remember that, because there's a whole industry, a massive industry of something called cow corn, which is completely inedible to humans, right? But is for cows specifically. And I know that that's got to be at least, I want to say it's close to half of this. This is just a guess. I don't have the numbers on this, but I know that that is a huge industry, and I would not be shocked to see that it was even more than half. But I'm not gonna make any insane claims. I'm just gonna remind you that definitely some portion of that is absolutely for cows. Okay, let's keep watching this for like 10 more seconds. That feels like a good place to stop. But point is that if we stopped or drastically reduced our breeding and feeding cows to kill and consume, we'd be able to cut out a massive amount of that water consumption. Just massive. It appears to be something like over a third. All right. All right. What's next? Let's talk more about animals. But instead of talking about animals we eat and how they're causing problems for our planet, let's talk about animals we love and then put in zoos. And how they're staying cool in the summer heat. Seeing that fucking whatever that is, like a femur, frozen in an ice block is it's a little fucked. Whatever stretching your legs means for a tortoise. It's almost hard to distinguish when they're stretching, I feel like. They barely move. That's what makes them hilarious. Okay. Alright. That's a fun story, but we've got other stories too. This is from TRT World from 3 days ago. Heat wave dries up lake in Serbia and triggers fires in the Balkans.
So hot right now.
First time in recorded history, the Rusada salt lake in northern Serbia has completely dried up due to the relentless heat wave gripping the Balkans.
It used to drain away before, but you know how it is. This was all once a marshland, but now there is no marsh. This is the lowest part of the city, and it persisted for a long time, but now it too has been affected by drought. The water is receding.
The scorching temperatures have also fueled devastating wildfires across the region. Greece, North Macedonia and Albania have deployed firefighters, planes and helicopters to battle the blazes.
We are currently experiencing an extreme weather event, a heat wave characterized by its duration and intensity. When we talk about heat waves, we can discuss how often they occur, how long they last, and the temperature accumulations during that time.
Okay, so yeah. Hold on, did they talk about the lake yet?
Experiencing readings around 40 degrees Celsius. The Adriatic Sea has also reached a record high temperature of 29.5 degrees. Civil protection crews are working tirelessly to combat the blazes and protect vulnerable communities. In Greece, municipalities are providing air-conditioned spaces for the public. Certain outdoor activities such as manual labor and construction work have been banned during the hottest hours of the day. As the region grapples with the devastating impacts of the heat wave, The call for action to address the growing threat
the
of climate change has never been more pressing.
Well, not really a lake anymore, just sand in a oval shape. Yeah, completely dried up. I wonder what it's like to be one of the people living in that town and just have a lake disappear next to you. Very, very Twilight Zone. Hey, hold on. I could have sworn there was a lake here earlier. Lexi, come look at this. Okay. Now let's look at this. Here's another place in Eastern Europe that dealt with a completely different situation recently, directly after this heat wave. I guess in the midst of this heat wave, really. Let's look at this from yesterday on Euro News, where, according to them, torrential rain in northern Slovenia triggered landslides. Yeesh.
People from 3 houses have been evacuated after heavy rains caused a landslide in a village in northern Slovenia. A bridge in the village of Kokra was also swept away after the river there burst its banks. After a prolonged spell of hot, dry weather, parts of Slovenia are now being battered by storms and torrential rain.
Yeah, so right from heat wave to rains causing floods and landslides. This is the environment that we have. This is the environment for the future generation. This is what we're in right now. Maybe we should start changing some stuff. What do you think, chat? Is that too radical of an idea? Did NCC stop streaming already? Seems early for her. Okay. Which one do we do first? Let's do this one. Let's change it, you think? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. All right. Oh no, she's sick. That's no good. Makes me sad. What was I doing? Ah, yes, let's talk about some stuff that's happening in Asia. Let's go to Tajikistan, which is in Central Asia. If you're not familiar, I believe it's near, I think it's like between Mongolia and like Afghanistan and Uzbekistan and all those countries over there. They are having a glacial crisis right now. And the glaciers in Tajikistan happen to feed aquifers and rivers and other things like that in the area to a whole host of different countries. Why? Definitely. I don't know why. I just get this feeling I'm about to get
nestled in the heart
copyright
of Asia,
struck.
is a land of striking contrasts and rich history. This mountainous nation, featuring some of the highest peaks on Earth, has a past that stretches back to the Neolithic and Bronze Ages. Its mountains and valleys have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, empires and dynasties. from ancient Persian cultures to the vibrant Silk Road era and the period of the Soviet Union. Yet, amidst the sweeping historical changes, one constant remains: Tajikistan's majestic nature. With over 90% of its territory covered by mountains ranging from 400 to over 7,000 meters in altitude, this landlocked nation is home to the largest glaciers in the region. These glaciers are not just a national treasure, they are a crucial water source across Central Asia. I'm Asad Beg, standing by the Karakul Glacier or Black Lake. As global climate change escalates, the melting glaciers here threaten to unleash catastrophic climate changes across Central Asia. Widespread desertification, crippling agricultural crisis, and the collapse of regions beyond Tajikistan because of water shortages. The Tajik government has initiated the Dushanbe water process, a bold endeavor to confront these pressing challenges head-on. Nearly 3,000 meters down from these mountains in the capital city of Dushanbe, world leaders and experts convened for a high-level international conference to forge solutions for the looming crisis. In this edition of Talk to Al Jazeera, we embark on an expedition into Tajikistan's rugged...
Unfortunately, perhaps for those glaciers, for Tajikistan, for the rest of humanity, Tajikistan does not have a huge carbon footprint as it relates to the rest of its perhaps bigger neighbors like China and Russia, or say the United States and other Western powers. And so they can't personally affect the environment enough to be able to stop the glaciers in their mountains from melting. Unfortunately, hold on. We're going to watch a little bit more of this documentary, but it's like 30 minutes long.
Energies in mitigating the effects of climate change, he directs us to another expert who can provide further insight into these solutions. Anwar Hamidov, a geographical scientist, awaits us at the Wobegon hydropower plant. With a price tag exceeding $5 billion, this ambitious project represents not just a crucial source of water and hope for Tajikistan, Central Asia's poorest country, but a dam gate open to new opportunities.
Anwar, explain to me what's going on here behind us.
Так, в настоящее время мы находимся на площадке строительства Рагунского ГЭСа.
We're at the construction site of the Wobegon hydropower plant, which stands 335 meters tall. It'll be one of the world's largest hydroelectric power stations. Once it's completed, it's expected to generate over 3,600 megawatts. The project is essential for the economic development of Tajikistan and the Central and Southern Asia regions. The energy generated will reduce greenhouse gas emissions in Tajikistan and across Central and Southern Asia. This water reserve is crucial for irrigation in areas along the Amu Darya River. The hydropower plant is vital for the whole region, helping to mitigate climate change risks and ecosystem damage in our territory, and reducing...
And what's amazing about this is that it goes along with what I was just saying just now, in that, Tajikistan basically is trying their very best to do more than even they need, right, to try and help affect the rest of the region, right, because this provides more power than all of Tajikistan needs, I believe. So I really applaud their efforts here, and I do hope that it winds up not only doing what they set out to do, but affecting other people's sort of mindsets about all of this to some degree, trying to improve and change the way that we do things, specifically as it relates to producing electricity. That's one of the biggest contributors to all of the problems we have right now in terms of emissions, right? We have a lot of problems, but it really is one of the biggest in all the pie, if you will. You know, animal agriculture is way up there, specifically relating to cows. It's like, I think it's neck and neck with our electricity grid worldwide. All right, now let's talk about something we talked about earlier quickly, but in a little bit more depth now, as a bit more coverage of all of this. I guess we were on the what do you call it? We were on the pulse before some of the major Western news outlets as it relates to this massive flood that we saw in China recently. Let's look at this from Sky News to start off with from a day ago. China. 11 dead and dozens missing after a bridge crumbles in flooding and heavy storms.
Dirty brown floodwater cascaded through the streets of this village in China's Jiangxi province. Residents watched on as torrential rain turned roads into fast-flowing rivers. Northern and central China have been battered by heavy downpours since Tuesday. This bridge was broken by the force of the floods, with drivers plummeting to their deaths as the concrete snapped. President Xi Jinping has called for all-out efforts to find those still missing. The destruction in this village shows the power of the storms it's faced in recent days. Now, as efforts to rebuild begin, many are searching for somewhere to stay.
My God, these images are just horrifying. I mean, look at this street. The amount of debris in this just towns. Like, this is unbelievable. I assume, as I think we all probably should, that this was like a normal looking street up until a few days ago. And now it's just, oh my God. You don't need me to describe it, you can see it.
Now continuing to search and rescue. The second task is to speed up the repair of infrastructure such as telecommunications, power and roads. The third is to make timely plans for places that are not suitable for the disaster-affected people to live. We must implement relocation to avoid disaster.
During the night, emergency workers rescued scared and injured people trapped by the rising waters. And there were plenty more who desperately needed help. Frail and elderly residents were carefully led to safety. Henan province was lashed by almost a year's worth of rain in just one.
Seriously, this is giving me flashbacks from Brazil earlier this year. That image specifically. Yeah.
Henan province was lashed by almost a year's worth of rain in just one day. Houses and apartments completely cut off, accessible only by boat.
Oh my God.
Man-made infrastructure was no match for Mother Nature, and its failure to withstand the storm came at a deadly price, not for the first time. 2 months ago, another busy road collapsed after...
Yeah, we looked at that one. All right, let's go to this. This is more of the same but different.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Dirty brown floodwater cascaded through the streets of this village in China's Jiangxi province. Residents watched on as torrential rain turned roads into fast-flowing rivers. Northern and central China have been battered by heavy downpours since Tuesday. This bridge was broken by the force of the floods, with drivers plummeting to their deaths as the concrete snapped. President Xi...
That would be horrifying, to just be driving along and have the road just disappear. Be plunged into a fucking river. Fucking hell. Well, I would like to say that things are going to get better in China. However, I cannot say that at this time. Because of this. This is from France 24 English from 19 hours ago. China braces for twin tropical cyclones after deadly flash floods. Twin cyclones. That's two.
Record rainfall has already pounded southern China from April to June, and now the region also bracing for twin tropical cyclones. The first, Prapirun, named after a Thai rain god, is expected to make landfall this Sunday. It's expected to be a strong storm and it will be the first tropical cyclone to hit China this year. Only days ago, deadly flash floods struck the country's...
Naming a storm after a Thai rain god. I mean, don't do that. That's just asking for problems, I feel like.
Interior. Scientists say human-induced climate change is making extreme weather like this more frequent and more intense.
I feel like even that in the United States, people would, like, have some kind of a full-on breakdown. Like, you name a storm Moses or something, and suddenly, you know what I'm saying? Oh, boy. Oh, okay. That's not good news, is all I'm saying. It's not good news. Looks like, you booped it? Oh my god, how many likes do we have? I still haven't even been able to give you the proper number of characters. We're gonna have, like, 3 free rollover emotional support characters next stream. Oh, boy. Alright, well, it's that time again. Huh? What's happening? Oh. Well, second and last galactic intermission. We've been taking 2 a stream now because the streams have been going just longer lately. Anyways, if you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. It really helps out. While you're helping out, why not become a galactic producer? That really helps out too. And in that case, you actually get something for helping out. And at just a few dollars a month, what could possibly be stopping you? Anyway, chat. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back.
name, please?
Do you know what you're here for? The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Alright, I am back. Lord is an inherited title? That's technically true. It can also be given to you, though. Or at least by the, I think by the king or the queen. Alright, on to the global news half. Really, it feels like, is the global news third, really? Yeah, the show isn't in halves, it's in thirds. I've realized this now. The stream bot says I'm a Nepo baby. Wow, hurtful. Very hurtful. When did it say that? Nobody gave me this galactic lordship. I took it. Took it for myself. Okay. Let's do this. Let's start with this. We talked about this yesterday. I figured we just watch this footage from the 1969 Apollo 11 moon landing for just a little bit of space news, as the anniversary of it was only 2 days ago.
This is Apollo Saturn launch control, T-minus 3 hours, 4 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. Right on time as far as the astronaut countdown is concerned. The prime crew now departing from their crew quarters. 10, 9, ignition sequence start.
Space food.
Forward. Forward. 40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up some dust. Big shadow. I'm going to step off the limb.
That's right.
That's
Exactly.
one small step for man.
How many years ago?
One
55
giant leap for
years ago.
mankind. It has a stark beauty all its own. It's like much of the high desert of...
That's right. Exactly 55 and a couple of days ago. 55 years and a couple of days ago. We made it to the moon. And now here in 2024, we have galactic news. Progress? I certainly like to think so. Alright. Let's go on to talking about real Earth news. So here, across the pond in Britain, where the government is considering above inflation public sector pay rises. Huh.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
The wild ride of childhood is felt differently by parents trying to make ends meet.
I've just been like, you know, running from supermarket to supermarket, trying to find, you know, the best deals and like trying to like save money, trying to find secondhand items for the kids.
Tia is a working mother of 3, hit by the current policy that caps child benefits to 2 children.
My salary is £43,000 a year, which I thought was a good salary, but in the past couple of years, my rent went from $1,200 a month to $2,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment. And it's sad that I have to rely on universal credit, and it's definitely not my plan to rely on it forever. But if it's not enough to catch you, then the safety net isn't going to work.
Tia wants that safety net to be expanded and is calling for the government to remove the cap. But this was the Chancellor's response today.
It costs more than £3 billion a year. And we were really clear during the election that we were not going to make spending commitments without being able to say where the money was going to come from.
Oh boy,
and if I said to you now, we're going to make those changes this year or next year or the year after, you would rightly say, where's the money going to come from that?
Yet there may be the money to fund a pay rise for public sector workers.
At the moment, we are...
I don't suppose you want to increase taxes on, I don't know, the wealthy or, you know, other sorts of people, I don't know.
Looking at those pay review body recommendations, doing the analysis. We will work with public sector workers on that. And later this month, we will make announcements around public sector pay when we do that full analysis.
Okay, hold on. We're not going to listen to this whole thing. We don't have time for that. Where have you heard that shit before? You've heard it in America. Time and time again is where you've heard it, Donald. That's where you've been hearing it. Hold on. Actually, no.
Labour have inherited multiple pay disputes across the public sector. Resolving them will not be cheap, yet neither is the alternative.
We've seen pay in real terms for teachers seriously cut, and we've seen a recruitment and retention crisis where pay is a key factor leading to fewer graduates choosing teaching and more teachers leaving the profession prematurely.
The review for almost 2 million NHS workers and teachers could see a pay increase of up to 5.5%. That would cost over £3 billion. That is a similar cost to removing the child benefit cap, which would lift 300,000 children out of poverty overnight.
Wow, I would feel like you'd want to lift 300,000 children out of poverty. Jeez, Britain. Jeez, come on. Get it together over there. What was I gonna say though? There was something I just oh, 46 likes? Yeah, I know. I know. We deserve more than we have right now. We deserve 2 more. Exactly 2 more. And we don't have them. One of those characters I know for sure is I rolled a 3 and a 10. I know 3 is Captain Planet, but I don't know who 10 is. But I was going to say something else about this, and I can't think of what it was now. Why? Why does my brain do this? I like read one comment and I just completely lose track of what the fuck I'm doing. It is an epidemic, specifically on this space station. It has a 100% infection rate, specifically me. Yeah, I know. Literally, I'm sitting here now, like trying to think. I don't think it's coming. I had something good to say about this. I hate myself. Not really. Just, ugh. Come on, be better, StreamLord. Be better. Okay, let's just move on. Pretend I didn't completely just space out. Oh, see what I did there? All right. Let's go a little south of the UK, to España, where people are continuing to protest over tourism. This is something we have been talking about now for like a month, I think.
To Spain, where residents on the island of Mallorca are set to protest today against the impact of record levels of tourism. Spain has seen a number of demonstrations across different cities in recent weeks, with locals arguing they're being priced out of housing and that visitor numbers are damaging the local culture and environment. Our Europe correspondent Nick Beek sent us this report from Mallorca.
British tourists are throwing themselves into their summer Spanish getaways, escaping the weather back home. The beaches of Magaluf packed with record numbers. Tourism is powering the national economy as the good times roll. Down the road, the same sand, but a very different experience. Sonia and son Luca can't find anywhere to live. She says many homes are bought up by foreign visitors or rented out to tourists at prices she can't afford.
It's fucked up. I mean, Airbnb is ruining every country it goes to, it feels like.
It's hard to get up every morning and start looking for a flat. The prices are higher every day. I stop people in the street and ask if they have anything, because the day is approaching when I will have to leave the apartment. I see me and my son homeless soon, because there is absolutely nothing.
As Spain's tourist hotspots have grown and grown over the decades, the debate has raged as to whether the millions of visitors bring more problems than they do benefits. But this summer, it feels like something has changed. There's this new level of anger, with many locals saying that they've had enough.
In Barcelona,
Yeah, and we've seen all of these protests already. I think we're gonna move on. But we've also heard other stories really specifically name Airbnb as being one of the big problems as it relates to the affordability crisis in Spain's housing and rental market. So yeah, I'm blaming Airbnb to some degree. All right, let's go on to this. This is kind of both an Italian and a French story melded into one. Let's, wait a second. Why is this here? Why is this? Oh, wait, no. Why is this here? Oh my god, whatever. I'm thinking about the next video. It's supposed to happen, and I'm very confused. Who set this list up? Certainly wasn't me. Alright, let's go to this. Pope Francis hopes that the Olympics will be an opportunity to establish a truce. I don't know how, but let's hear what this guy thinks.
Questa settimana inizieranno i Giochi Olimpici di Parigi, che saranno seguiti dai Giochi Paralimpici. Lo sport ha anche una grande forza sociale, capace di unire pacificamente.
Why do you have to say everything in Italian and make me repeat it for you? So rude. I was also reading at the same time, which makes it even more rude. It's like interrupting me. Argentina won the Copa, and a Chelsea player was caught singing a racist song about it. In fact, I think the whole Argentina team was caught singing that very song as well. Unfortunately. I saw a video about that. We almost looked at it one day, but we had too much stuff. This last couple weeks has been fucking insane. Last like month, I feel like it's been like a blur from the debate Yeah, I guess it's really literally 3 weeks or so. Just slightly more. From the debate to now, we have had a lot to talk about. Just a utterly insane number of things. And that one went by the wayside somehow. And I feel bad about it now that we're talking about it. Because it was fucked up. But there's so many things that we look at on this goddamn stream. Something's getting cut every day. Everybody remember that. Something gets cut from my list every day. Multiple things because of time. Mostly because I just sit here and talk like I'm doing right now. About nothing. Alright. What's the Pope saying? The Olympic Games will start this week in Paris, which will be followed by the Paralympic Games.
Che saranno seguiti dai Giochi o i Paralimpici. Lo sport ha anche una grande forza sociale capace di unire pacificamente persone di culture diverse. Auspico che questo evento possa essere segno del mondo.
Unless that inclusive world includes... Who was it again? Pope? Was it trans people and just LGBT people in general?
Inclusivo che vogliamo costruire è che gli atleti con la loro testimonianza sportiva siano messaggeri di pace e validi modelli per i giovani, in particolare secondo l'antica tradizione.
In particular, according to ancient tradition, may the Olympics be an opportunity to establish a truce in wars. I mean, I'd like to see that too. Do I think that either what's happening in Gaza or Ukraine is going to stop because of the Olympics? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. But hey, he is a man of faith. Certainly more faith than me. Okay. We're still talking about the... Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, football's got problems. And unfortunately, both footballs have problems. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why do we do these things? Why can't we just be better? Alright, since we're talking about sports, I figured we'd look at this. This is from BBC News. How mountain bikers are adapting bikes to cater for disability. Also, I just want to point this out to you, and this has been completely overshadowed by what's been happening this month. I blame myself for this partially, a lot, honestly. Although I haven't been seeing a lot of stories on it. It is Disability Awareness Month, so we should have been doing more stories like this month, but we didn't. We've done like a handful, maybe like 5. Makes me feel like I'm failing.
Now, the Olympics returns to Paris for the 3rd time later this month. Mountain biking has been an Olympic sport since 1996, but it has yet to appear at the Paralympics. Vendetta has been to meet the bikers who are using technology to build adaptive bikes to make that possible.
This is competitive mountain bike racing, a sport where riders hurl themselves off massive jumps, careen through narrow tree-lined trails, and fly downhill at eye-watering speeds.
So I started competing when I was like 12, 11 years old. I used to ride downhill.
This is Gustavo Ortiz, a competitive mountain biker and the 2-time national champion of his native Chile.
I was Pan American champion, national champion multiple times. And I finished 20th in a World Cup. It was my best result.
But while training in 2017, he had a tragic accident.
I crashed in Whistler and I finished paralyzed from my chest down.
Did you think you would be able to cycle again?
No, it never came to my mind.
Un cœur, un état d'esprit.
Although mountain biking will be an official sport at this year's Olympic Games, it's not yet been made an official sport in the Paralympic Games. That's partially because the bikes needed to race simply haven't existed. Many traditional hand cycles are built to be ridden on the road and feature wide wheelbases. Occasionally, they even place riders kneeling forward. This position puts their center of gravity higher, something that would make sharp turns difficult on a loose dirt mountain bike trail. But a Canadian company think they've developed a solution.
I broke my back in 1996 snowboarding, and prior to that, I loved mountain biking. I loved snowboarding and climbing. I was like a kid who loved the outdoors in Canada, and very early on in my injury, I recognized that I was going to be 100% reliant on technology.
So, a machinist by trade, Christian began building experimental adaptive mountain bikes at home.
The problem was always that I would tip. I would tip over. Or like I would go fast
He's
down
still
the hill
smiling while he's doing it.
And, you know, tip to the outside of the corner.
For years and years, he tinkered with different designs, but nothing worked. So he focused his energy instead on a custom cross-country ski chair that could shift and pivot over undulating snow. It was while skiing that a light bulb went off. If he just flipped the ski setup over, he'd have a system that would allow the wheels to articulate and absorb shocks independently. While it has helped with his racing, Gustavo says this technology has helped him get back and enjoy riding his bike again.
I feel that I'm discovering and like...
I would never have expected someone to be able to do that with an injury like that. I mean, it's pretty incredible. I honestly don't have a lot to even input on this. It's just I thought it was a inspiring story on a Sunday fun day while we were already talking about the Olympics, as it also made allusions to Olympic related stuff, as this could be potentially a Paralympic event in the future. So yeah, so it was a good story to do today. Let's go on to a different story now. Actually, yeah, let's do this one first. This is random. The United Nations just posted this video, and I'm like, what? Why? But because it's not like this is like the anniversary of this or anything else like that. Although it's certainly, I think it's very meaningful in this particular time we're in, which is why I think that they posted it. This is from the UN archives, excuse me, of Nelson Mandela's speech here, his first speech at the General Assembly after becoming president of South Africa. So let's see this.
Democratic South Africa rejoins the world community of nations, determined to play its role in helping to strengthen the United Nations and to contribute what it can to the furtherance of its purposes.
Nelson Mandela addressed the UN General Assembly as the first democratically elected president of South Africa.
We must work for the day when we, as South Africans, see one another and interact with one another as equal human beings and as part of one nation united rather than torn asunder by its diversity. Our watchwords must be justice, peace, reconciliation, and nation building in the pursuit of a democratic, non-racial, and non-sexist country.
We do need that.
In all we do.
He's right. He's right. From the past, he's right now. About basically everything.
We have to ensure the healing of the wounds inflicted on all our people across the great dividing line imposed on our society by centuries of colonialism and apartheid.
The year prior to
the very
his
response of the
Mandela
international
received the Nobel Peace Prize.
Community to the challenge of apartheid confirmed this very point that we all understood that as long as apartheid existed in South Africa, so long would the whole of humanity feel demeaned and degraded.
Okay. Make South Africa great again, right wing Mandela. Oh boy. Yeah. I think we all miss Michael. He's a very funny man. All right. Now let's talk quickly about this. I'm sure most people here are aware of the island of Cyprus, but may not fully understand the political climate of Cyprus. I figured if we would talk about this a little bit today, as yesterday marked the 50-year anniversary since Cyprus was split in two.
Turkish Cypriots celebrated on Saturday as Cyprus marked 50 years since Turkey invaded part of the Mediterranean island. But for the Greek Cypriots, it was a day of mourning. In 1974, Turkish forces launched what they called a peace operation after a brief Greek-inspired coup. Greeks commonly refer to the event as the barbaric Turkish invasion. It's been years since there was any violence between the two sides, but the ethnically split islands are a persistent source of tension between Greece and Turkey. Both are partners in NATO, but are at odds over numerous issues. Reunification talks collapsed in 2017 and have been at a stalemate since. On Saturday, there was jubilation as Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan attended a celebratory military parade in the north, telling the crowds, quote, "The Cyprus peace operations saved Turkish Cypriots from cruelty and brought them to freedom." But it was a different story in the south.
Oh, wait,
Cypriot
sorry.
President Nikos Christodoulides represents the Greek Cypriot community in the reunification dialogue. He said the anniversary is a somber occasion for reflection and for remembering the dead, adding that Turkey continued to be responsible for violating human rights and international law over Cyprus. Church.
Okay, now I'm going to pause that, and they gave a very brief and somewhat, well, not necessarily inaccurate, but not whole, which is kind of how briefness happens to go. Complainy Laney, good to see you in chat. Somebody give Complainy Laney a shout out? Hold on, I guess I could do it. I just noticed you. Yeah, that. There we go. Shout out in chat. Not already. Follow Complainy Laney. I need to set it up so that it also like recommends people to follow by clicking. I always forget. I always forget to do these things. Okay. Yeah. So we got that tiny little snippet. Let's go on to another and more in-depth explanation. However, this is coming directly from TRT World, which is a Turkish news outlet, so I will preface this with that, but this is their explanation for why Cyprus is divided. This is from a day ago.
This island in the middle of the eastern Mediterranean has been disputed for a very long time. It has two states, one led by Turkish Cypriots in the north and another led by Greek Cypriots in the south. But how did this island become the center of an international dispute? To understand, we need to go back in time. Cyprus was conquered by the Ottoman Empire in 1571
they're going back to the Ottoman
and
Empire,
was under Ottoman rule until
1570.
1878. For centuries, Cyprus was home to many Turks and Greeks. But as the Ottoman Empire started to weaken, things started to change. In 1878, following a series of agreements, Great Britain took over the provisional administration of Cyprus, but land sovereignty was still with the Ottoman Empire. In 1914, when the World War I started, Great Britain unilaterally and
Right. Okay, and that's a weird arrangement, right? British government, Ottoman land, right? But then in 1914, at the start of World War I, Great Britain formally annexed Cyprus.
Turkey recognized the British sovereignty in Cyprus in 1923 as part of the Treaty of Lausanne. Although Cyprus was under British rule, the relationship between the Greeks and Turks started to deteriorate. As their relationship soured, the Greek Orthodox Church started to campaign for enosis, or the union of Cyprus with Greece. By the mid-1950s, Greece began to support this campaign. In 1955, the campaign was led by the Archbishop of the Cyprus Orthodox Church, Makarios, and by George Grievous, a Greek Cypriot colonel who was also the head of the so-called National Organization of Cypriot Fighters. AOKA was established as an underground armed group and is recognized as a terrorist organization by Turkey. With AOKA's involvement, the Enosis campaign turned violent, as AOKA began killing Turks on the island and drove them out of villages they had lived in alongside Greeks for generations. They also killed British citizens and policemen. Despite all the damage.
So that thing Reuters was mentioning, they mentioned in very much passing, they said that there was a small Greek uprising. This one was more than small to me. And granted, this one's coming from Turkey, and well, from TRT and not from Reuters. But it does paint a more full picture, I think, for sure.
Chaos, Turkish Cypriots refused the idea of enosis, and Greeks realized that the unification of Cyprus and Greece was not going to happen, because neither Turkish Cypriots nor the UK or the UN were in favor of it. A set of talks between the Turks and Greeks were initiated in 1959. They led to the Zurich and London agreements, through which the UK, Turkey, Greece, Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots all agreed that Cyprus would become an independent republic. The founding agreements for Cyprus included the Treaty of Establishment, which created the Republic of Cyprus, the Treaty of Alliance, which established a mutual defense pact between Cyprus, Greece and Turkey, and the Treaty of...
Okay, cool. I think that gives us plenty of whoopsies.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Plenty of information as help in our understanding of Cyprus. Just figured like a good time, seeing as it's the 50-year anniversary of their having split. Okay, what's next? Okay, yeah, let's look at this really quickly. I can't believe I'm already at 4 hours right now. Are we at 4 hours, chat? Good God. How's that possible? We going long today. Very long. Alright, I might skip this one, go straight here. We've been talking about this story right here for at least a few days. If you haven't already seen this somehow, the Bangladesh government had enacted a law creating a quota which essentially guaranteed jobs to a certain group of people whose families had previously served in a war from about I think 70 years ago. Might have been a little bit less time than that. But essentially, anybody who was like related had some sort of what we would call like favoritism in potential government jobs. Now, a lot of people, specifically students, started this. These students objected to the fact that they were, I don't know, in school trying to get a degree, and to know that they were going to have a harder time getting a job. And they started revolting, essentially. They started protests, very large protests, and the government crackdown on it was absolutely atrocious, and it included basically sending military out into the streets. Over 100 people died, at least according to what we saw yesterday. They had created a curfew as of last night that said that if you were out past that time, that the police, that the military that were deployed to the streets were basically operating on orders to kill you. And people have stayed out in those streets, which has led to this. 14 hours ago from BBC News, Bangladesh court scraps job quota after deadly unrest. Yeah, good question. What is Ugopnik? I don't know that word. Princess Monocle.
Well, let's turn our thoughts.
Makes a good point. I was reading that. I was going to ask that question, but then got distracted by the news. Allow. I see. That makes sense. That's kind of what I thought it was, but I just didn't want to make assumptions. For whatever reason, it was not the definition I had at the ready in my brain.
To Bangladesh, where there has been a ruling concerning from the Supreme Court, which has scrapped most of the quotas on government jobs that have triggered widespread anti-government protests, in which more than 110 people were killed. And nationwide curfew, meanwhile, has been extended, and the government has declared Sunday and Monday public holidays. Security forces used live rounds, rubber bullets and tear gas against protesters who defied the curfew and blocked roads. Joining me now in the studio is our South Asia regional editor, Anbarasan Etirajan. Welcome. Let's just talk about the protests first and what they were about.
Now, Bangladesh had a system of about a third of government jobs reserved for the families of the veterans who fought in the country's independence war with Pakistan in 1971. The government had earlier abolished the system in 2018 because of student protests at that time, but then a court reinstated this quota system last month. That was the trigger for the latest round of protests. Now, why they're opposing? Because they say the system is discriminatory, there is a huge youth unemployment, and they say the system only benefits the families of those who are linked to Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina or the...
Yep. Oh, he's like a YouTuber or something. Oh, okay. I guess, weird. I don't know how to feel about that comparison then. Should I feel good or bad? I don't have time to research. Not amidst all of this. Okay, let's go. Let's do a little U-turn from Bangladesh and go to Yemen. As we've been talking about Yemen for the last day, what 80s song is coming into your head? I have no idea. How could I know that? How could I possibly know that? It's your head, not mine. Supposed to be in there too? Impossible. Alright, so yeah, we've been talking about Yemen for like the last 24 hours, specifically as it relates to the strike that happened in Tel Aviv. And then yesterday we talked about how Israel had responded. And now we're going to talk a little bit more about that, as there's been even more escalation as it relates to that very situation. Let's just start with this, I guess. Yeah, this is footage of the port that Israel struck. You can clearly see that fires are just massive coming out of this. I believe that has to do with the fact that there's oil refineries or oil storage there. Excuse me. Here's Benjamin Netanyahu approving the attacks, I guess. Let's just go straight to this next one. This is France 24, 12 hours ago. According to them, Yemen's Houthi rebels pledged a quote-unquote huge response to Israeli strikes, which they said killed at least 6 people.
Israel's military says its air defense system has intercepted a missile fired from Yemen before it could enter Israeli airspace over the southern region of Eilat. The attack comes after Israeli fighter jets carried out airstrikes on Saturday on the Houthi-controlled port of Hodeidah in Yemen. Houthi state media says 3 people were killed and dozens injured when Israel struck oil storage facilities and a power plant. It is the first time Israel has responded directly to what it says have been hundreds of Yemeni drones and missiles aimed at its territory. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the operation shows Israel would reach its enemies no matter where they are.
From the beginning of the war, I made it clear that Israel would harm anyone who harms us. And so earlier today, I convened the Political Security Cabinet. I asked them to support the decision I brought to attack the Houthi targets in Yemen. The port we attacked is not an innocent port. It was used for military purposes.
Oh,
it was used as an entry point for deadly weapons supplied to the...
All right, we got to pause it here and give me a second to make a comment that I wasn't expecting to be attempting to make today. But thanks to Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm about to do it. So he just claimed that this port, because that it was sometimes used, not exclusively, but sometimes used for importing weapons, that it makes it a legitimate target. Which essentially, on its own face, by its own logic, this statement justifies essentially anybody who objects to what Israel's doing right now to attack any and all of their ports as well, essentially, as I believe pretty much all of them, or nearly all of their ports, are either directly adjacent to military bases or very nearby. And that's where a lot of, or at least a portion of their aid comes. Just saying. Not all of it. Pretty sure it also comes through their airports, but I'm not, I'm not the one justifying attacking these things for that reason. Benjamin Netanyahu is. I think that's stupid. Okay. Let's go on. to this. Actually, I misclicked. Let's look at this. This is actually the one that I read out. Totally. This is me being very organized.
By bombing this Yemeni port in broad daylight, this Israeli operation was meant to send a very public message. Fighter jets flying over 1,000 miles to reach their targets. A power plant, as well as gas and oil depots lighting up the night sky. 6 people were reported killed and another 80 injured, mostly with severe burns. Watching the airstrikes in real time was Israel's Prime Minister. Tomorrow he flies to Washington to meet Joe Biden, who desperately needs a calmer Middle East to boost his faltering presidency. But Mr. Netanyahu is still talking of war.
Anyone who wants a stable Middle East should stand against Iran's axis of evil and support our struggle against its malignant offshoots in Yemen, Gaza, Lebanon, everywhere.
Israel was retaliating for this unmanned drone strike on Friday on the Tel Aviv waterfront.
Yeah, that shit's fine.
This was the first of over 200 attacks by Yemen's Houthi fighters to penetrate Israel's defences and kill an Israeli. The Houthis celebrated afterwards. They're backed by Iran. And conflict with Israel over Gaza strengthens their domestic grip on power. Last week they attacked this oil tanker off the Yemeni shore, while American and British air and missile strikes have failed to deter them.
Okay. Sorry, I just did it again. There we go. I just noticed something in chat. The thing about the coconuts, Choki, we actually talked, this is funny, we've actually talked about the coconuts reference as it relates to Kamala Harris on a number of occasions now. At first, the first time we actually talked about it on stream was, I think, like a couple of weeks ago, maybe? Or like a week in some, it wasn't that long ago. And my understanding of that word was also in the British way, as it relates to people such as Kamala Harris, and had mentioned it to people. But then earlier today, we saw a video that actually explained why people are talking about coconuts with her, and it has to do with a quote of hers. So if later on, or now technically if you want, you can go back to when we were talking about Kamala, and we actually like watched a video about this. But it's like, it's literally just the Kamala quote people are referencing, and it's got nothing to do with that. So I had objections to it to some degree because of the the British definition or use of that word, but now I'm really on really on the fence about it. It doesn't seem like that's what people are doing with it. At first, I thought maybe somebody had unintentionally done that, but really it was Kamala who brought it into the conversation. All right, but yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked. After this strike on the port, Houthi rebels have claimed that they will be responding. That was from how long ago? 12 hours ago. All right, let's go to this. This is from 12 hours ago as well, but out of the Associated Press. This is residents of the area where this Hodeidah port is denouncing this attack.
Firefighters tried to control the flames, still burning hours after the Israeli strikes on the port of Hodeidah in Yemen. That was in response to Friday's drone attack on Tel Aviv, launched.
Sorry, that's the wrong video. This is the video. Man, I am fucking up today.
نقول العدوان الامريكي الاسرائيلي انه لن فينا ولن يوقفنا عن القصف.
He's very loud. Hold on, I have to turn this way down. Way down. We are telling the American-Israeli aggressors that they won't stop us from our strikes in defense of Gaza. We have been under attack for 8 years. So yesterday's strikes won't stop us, and won't stop us from striking Israeli and American targets, or make us stop defending Gaza and Al-Quds. We want to tell them that whatever they do, we won't back down. Even if only a few of us are left, we won't stop defending Gaza. That was very strongly worded by this man in the port city of Sana'a in Yemen, which was just struck. Seems quite resolute in his feelings about this. Alright, let's go here to wrap up our discussion of all of this as it relates to Yemen specifically and the Houthis. This is CBC. This is CBC.
In the Middle East, tensions between Israel and Yemen continue to escalate. A Houthi spokesperson has vowed the group will continue attacking Israel after both sides carried out a series of deadly retaliatory strikes. Julia Chapman is tracking the story for us from London. Julia, what's the latest?
Well, on Sunday morning, Israel said it had intercepted a surface-to-surface missile launched by the Houthis in Yemen towards the Israeli port of Eilat. That comes after the Houthis said they had launched multiple ballistic missiles and that their goals had been met, but it doesn't appear that any of those actually reached their targets. It comes after a major Israeli strike against the Yemeni port of Hodeidah on Saturday. It targeted an oil depot and a power station, which the Israelis say was a port where the Houthis have been receiving weapons from their Iranian backers. They said that made it a legitimate strategic target. At least 6 people were killed and dozens more injured in that attack. We can see satellite images of the site after it took place. Now, this is also a site where humanitarian aid is brought into Yemen, a country facing one of the world's deepest humanitarian crises.
Really?
Now, Israel launched that attack in response to the killing of an Israeli civilian on Friday when a drone strike launched by the Houthis managed to penetrate the Iron Dome of Israel, as the Houthis have been sending hundreds of missiles and drones against Israel in recent months.
So yeah, the port was also used for humanitarian aid. Weird. I'm sure Israel didn't know that. I'm sure that wasn't readily available information. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, guys. I mean, come on. They only have the best surveillance infrastructure in kind of the world. Supposedly it's up there. But I don't know. It's whatevs. BB said that it got used for military shipments sometimes. No reason to question it any further than that. That'd be silly. But do question it. Okay, let's go on. Quickly talk about this again, which we talked a little bit about yesterday, but it really feels like it deserves a second look. And since Owen Jones decided to do a video on it, I felt like, perfect thing to do on a Sunday Funday. Well, Owen Jones for you here. How Israel's occupation of the West Bank was destroyed by the world's highest court.
Israel is an apartheid state. It is annexing the West Bank via an illegal occupation, which it is illegally using to steal and colonize land. And prior to 7th October 2023, as per international law, Gaza was under Israeli occupation because Israel, in practice, exercised full control over it thanks to the siege, which itself is the longest siege in modern times. I'm not reading out my opinion here.
Arguably the
I'm
greatest
just
work of
reading out to you the law. I'm reading out what the International Court of Justice, the highest court on earth, has decreed to be international law. At the end of 2022, the General Assembly of the UN voted to ask the ICJ to set out its position on the legality of Israel's 57-year-long occupation, the longest belligerent occupation of modern times. The legal judgment is absolutely devastating, with near unanimity from the judges involved in many of the opinions. To be clear, this is an advisory opinion, so Israel's cheerleaders will jump on the fact that this is not a legally binding ruling. But the point is, this reflects how the world's top court understands international law. What it says here, with the overwhelming approval of the world's top judges, should be understood as international law. Now, according to the ICJ, Israel violates international law through its occupation of Palestinian land in multiple ways. It diverts resources to settlers and Israeli citizens, defying the responsibility it has as the occupier under international law to provide sufficient resources to the occupied population and for the Palestinian people to have permanent sovereignty over their natural resources. It finds Israel is breaking international law by expanding Israeli law into the occupied territories, not least East Jerusalem and the settlements of the West Bank. It finds Israel is depriving the local Palestinian population of the means of subsistence, and that's causing their unwilling departure. This constitutes illegal, forcible transfer of people. Now let's listen to the call on
illegal, forcible transfer of people. You know what's another way of saying that? Ethnic cleansing. That's the less circuitous and long-winded of definitions. Just ethnic cleansing. All right. Thank you, Owen, for your British voice. All right, now let's go. Hashtag Jessica forever, no joke. Wow, people really, really love Jessica Fletcher. But she can only be brought out by the galactic dice. That is what decides our emotional support. I don't do it. Not even Chat does it. Chat did it to some degree by voting for Jessica in the galactic UN votes. But beyond that, it truly is no longer up to any of us. Although, you could increase the amount of Jessica on stream by using galactic Patreon benefits to put Jessica onto one of the intermission / after hours screens. Just throwing that out there. Only a few dollars a month. Totally worth it. Also get some pretty cool shit along with that. So I hear. Some of it's just a complete secret. A mystery. Okay. Sorry for that shameless capitalism message. Gotta keep the Galactic News Network alive somehow. Alright, let's go to this. No, shouldn't be laughing. This next thing sucks. Alright. This is from Middle East Eye from 11 hours ago. What you're going to see is, well, about as disturbing as the rest of the stuff that we see on this topic. But there were foreign volunteers in Israel, in the West Bank. The West Bank. Ooh, Robot Monkey Cat just took Jeff Bezos' money and gave it to StreamLord. Why, thank you for resubscribing with your Twitch Prime membership. Much appreciated. Whoa, you just got how'd you get first? Wait, Did the stream must have actually reset here earlier. Holy shit. Get out. You just came in and stole first from everybody for this half of the stream, apparently. Hilarious. I saw the timer reset on Twitch and I was like, did it actually restart the stream? Apparently it did. Good God. All right. By the way, just want to remind people that when you gift when you gift subscriptions, although Robot Monkey Cat didn't take advantage of it in this particular situation, when you gift subscriptions, whenever you resubscribe, whenever you subscribe, either with money or with Prime, I have it now set up so that that alert will include a message. If you so choose, you can type a message in there and have my fancy robot butler read it out for the entire chat, as well as bit donations. I think I said it. Did I set it at over? I don't know if I said it, but I think I said it. I think I said it for 100 bits. So if you donate $1 worth of bits, you can also have your message read out by my robot butler, who I will now name Andrea. Andrea, the robot butler. Okay, let's go on to this. Right. This disturbing video from 11 hours ago where Israeli settlers attacked foreign volunteers in the West Bank. Got distracted by that messaging just now. I'm making it how did I make it complicated? What did I do? I complicated things?
My right leg is toast.
Today we were in the olive fields when a group of 8 settlers from the nearby settlement came by. They were carrying metal pipes and wooden sticks. There were 6 women in the group as well, and it did not matter to them. They started attacking, beating us all with the sticks and metal pipes, and they were throwing rocks as well at us. I was attacked on my legs, on my arms, and here on my jaw.
You know, this is what the local Palestinian people are facing every day. It's ridiculous. We are 6 women, some of us mothers, and they just hit us. We don't have any weapons. We were not doing anything but walking. So it's ridiculous. This is an illegal occupation. The settlers are criminals and they need to leave.
Illegal.
She's right. And that dude's jaw looked fucked up.
Jews in Israel today are less safe than anywhere else.
Please pause. Thank you. By the way, good job on second place there, Mo and Noip, Princess Monocle. Great job. Might as well get it in twice. I don't see why not. Okay, what's next? What is next? Oh, yes, this. Yes. All right. So, Novara Media, a British YouTube channel, had on Avi Shlaim, who is an Palestinian Arab Jew who was originally from Iraq, and, well, I'll let him tell you.
World, but it's much worse than that, because Israel generates anti-Semitism. Israel is responsible for the upsurge of hostility towards Jews everywhere.
The Israeli state and its supporters have a clear narrative. All Jews have a stake in Israel. All Jews are represented by Israel. And regardless of where they live or how they feel about Israel, Israel is the ultimate guarantee of Jewish safety. But this week's guest argues that this isn't and has never been true.
He has great hair. He does have great hair. Truly epic hair. It looks like something out of like a real life Dragon Ball Z or something like that. It's got volume. It's got real serious volume. I think Pantene is considering using him for some hair product marketing type stuff.
Historian and author Avi Shleim was born in Baghdad in 1945. His family had lived in Iraq for literally millennia, and they considered themselves just as Arab as their Muslim and Christian neighbours did. The foundation of the State of Israel changed all that, and in Shleim's view, for the worse. We talk about how Israel has warped and reduced Jewish identity, the hypocrisy of left-wing Zionists, and Mossad's secret bombing campaign against Iraqi Jews. I learned a lot from this interview, and I hope you do too. Avi Shleim, thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be.
By the way, I'm pretty sure everybody knew that it was a joke, but if you're trying to Google Pantene Avi Shleim ad right now, you're going to be disappointed. That was a joke. They're not that based. Not nearly. We all can wish.
So my first question is, before 1948, in broad terms, how would you describe the experience and culture of Arab Jews living in the Middle East?
Before the emergence of the State of Israel in 1948, there was a large number of Jews living in the Arab world. Something like 800,000 Jews. And there were Jews in Lebanon, in Syria, in Egypt, and Iraq, where I come from. In Iraq, there were 135,000 Jews before the establishment of the State of Israel, and then nearly all of them ended up in Israel reluctantly. But there were Jewish communities throughout the Arab world. The Jewish community in Iraq was the most ancient, going back to 2.5 millennia ago. It was the most prosperous, the most successful, and the best integrated into local society. So this was something that completely changed the face of the Middle East. Today, we have complete and stark division. There is Israel on one side and Arabs on the other side. But before 48, there were Jews throughout the Arab world, and Muslim-Jewish coexistence was not a distant dream. It was the everyday reality. And my book, 3 Worlds, Memoirs of an Arab Jew, has aroused a lot of interest in the Arab world, because young Arabs, well, not so young, any Arabs born after 1948 would have no idea. They would have a clue that the face of the Middle East was totally different. The Jews and Arabs lived side by side until the arrival of Zionism and the establishment of the Jewish state.
Okay. Cannot watch all 1 hour and 5 minutes of this thing. I really wish we did, because it's a fantastic conversation. If you're not already subscribed to Novara Media, definitely subscribe to them. We are only going to be able to watch some snippets of this. Let me get us to another spot. Start right here. Yeah. Let's go here.
When did the status of Arab Jews begin to change? Was it with the emergence of Zionism in Europe? Was it the Arab Revolt, or was it the 1948 establishment of the State of Israel?
It's a gradual process, and it's difficult to put your finger on one particular date. But in the aftermath of the First World War, Britain sponsored the Zionist movement. And so one key date is the Balfour Declaration of 1917, in which Britain pledged support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. This was a classic colonial document which completely disregarded the rights and aspirations of the local people. In 1917, the Arabs were 90% of the population, the Jews were 10%, and the Jews owned 2% of the land. And yet Britain, the colonial power, chose to privilege the Jews.
Wow, Aaron Bastani annoys you. Oh, let's hope he's not watching this stream right now.
Over the Arabs. And I've written a lot about the history of the British mandate in Palestine from 1920 to 1948. But I can summarize it for your listeners in one sentence, which is that Britain stole Palestine from the Palestinians and gave it to the Zionists. That's why resentment of the Zionist movement started to build up, not just in Palestine, where the Arabs were being displaced by the Zionists.
If anybody doesn't know who Aaron Bastani is, he's the other host of Navarre Media, or one of the other hosts.
Project, but throughout the Arab world, there was real sympathy for the Palestinians, and there is still strong sympathy for the Palestinians throughout the Arab world today. And I'm not talking about governments, I'm talking about people. So that was one factor that changed. And the Jews in Iraq were associated with Britain, the colonial power. And because Britain was responsible for the displacement of the Palestinians from Palestine by the Zionists, that fed into hostility towards the local Jews. Then the other turning point is 1948, the establishment of the State of Israel and the First Arab-Israeli War. This is when ethnic cleansing happened. This is when Israel expelled 750,000 Arabs. They became refugees. More than half the Palestinian population became refugees, and the name Palestine was wiped off the map. This is the Nakba. It had repercussions throughout the region. The Iraqi army fought in the war for Palestine. At the end of the war, Israel signed armistice agreements with all its neighbors. These are the only internationally recognized borders that Israel has ever had, and they are the only borders that I recognize as legitimate. This is a...
Okay. Gotta cut it there again. Just can't. I really wish we could, because he's just so... He's not only just so knowledgeable on it, he lived through it all, right? And has a very unique perspective. But we're almost 5 hours in. And this isn't even our last video of the day. I think this might be the last spot that we hit. Although there's so many spots to go. Why is this such a good video?
So that ethnic stratification of Jews, so Sephardic Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, what kind of impact does that have in contemporary Israeli society? Because I don't think all of these terms will be that familiar to our audience.
Ashkenazi Jews are the Jews of Europe and North America, by and large, and Sephardi Jews are the Jews of the Middle East, North Africa and the Middle East, and some countries in Eastern Europe like Bulgaria as well. The name Sephardi comes from Sfarad, which is Spain. And the name Sephardim comes from the Jews who were expelled from Spain and Portugal in 1942. And from Spain and Portugal, sorry,
1492.
1492.
Like Christopher Columbus in 1942. I didn't do a history GCSE. But...
Well done. Thank you for the correction.
So glad we have Ash
so
here.
the Jews were expelled in 1492 from the Iberian Peninsula, and they wandered, they settled down in North Africa and in the Middle East, and they're called Sephardim. Now, Israel was created in 1948, and all the Jews from Arab countries who ended up in Israel are called Mizrahim. Mizrah in Hebrew means east, so Eastern Jews, and that's a collective term from Jews wherever they came from in the Arab world, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Lebanon, wherever. And this is a common term, Mizrahim, for all Jews of Arab origins.
Because
I just found his breaking down of this to be just very, very succinct and to the point. Thought it would be good to have somebody do this for us. So hot right now. True Twitchies, Meg. Let me take a sip. Oh god, I've gone through two whole cans of tea. This stream has gone extra long. Hold on. I need reinforcements. Okay. Much better. This time it's green tea. Ooh, very good. Delicious. Okay. What's next? You'll be shocked to learn that Israel. Will you be shocked? Hands up. Who will be shocked?
Jabotinsky, who, as I understand it, was an early Zionist, he wrote, "We Jews have nothing in common with what is denoted the East, and we thank God for that." When the image of the Zionist Jew is completely antithetical to what it means to be Arab, even if you're an Arab Jew, what did that mean for Arab Jews in Israel?
So Jabotinsky was the spiritual father of the Israeli right, and in 1923 he wrote an article, "The Iron Wall: We and the Arabs," and this is the Bible of Zionist foreign policy. It was in two parts: an analysis of the problem and a solution. The problem was that the Zionists wanted to establish a Jewish state in Palestine. Jabotinsky said, "The Arabs are not a rabble, they are a people. No people in history has ever willingly made way for another people to come and build a state on their land, and therefore Arab opposition to Zionism is inevitable and inescapable. So what do you do?"
I just think this is an important point. Whoopsie, sorry. I just think this is an important point because Jabotinsky, one of the early leaders, essentially, of Zionism, at least recognized the paradox of the Israeli state as it relates to the people that were there before they showed up and decided to create it. And it's just, I think it really sort of is a very stark juxtaposition when compared to the never-ending declarations and denials of it being a settler colonial society, right? But in that very statement by one of Zionism's sort of progenitors, if you will, it clearly states exactly what it is. It accepts the what it actually is, right? Not that really makes it much better in any real tangible way. Ooh, everyone's trying to get me to hydrate. I'll keep hydrating. It is important. Alright, we're gonna list more of this. Is there another spot that I felt like I really needed? No, I kind of want to hear him dig down into this a little bit more, what I was just talking about. I think this is him doing that.
I want to just quickly come back to Jabotinsky, because it was the first time I ever read The Iron Wall was in preparation for this interview. And what was striking to me is that I obviously disagree with his morality, but he was very clear-sighted and in a way humanized the Arabs when he said, look, it's perfectly natural. They're going to resist our attempt to build a Jewish state on top of them. I think it's morally justified to do that, but they're not a rabble. And what he also didn't say is that they'd be motivated by anti-Semitism of any kind. He just said, no, this is settler-colonial relations, explicitly called the Zionist project a settler-colonial project. Now, not only is that unsayable within political circles, it's also seen as anti-Semitic to say it's a settler-colonial project, or that maybe it's natural for Palestinians to want to resist their displacement or the ongoing occupation.
Yeah, that's
how do you account for that
much
change
Whoa,
or that cognitive
that
dissonance
sound?
among Zionists, that the early leaders, spiritual leaders, the founding thinkers were saying, yes, this is a settler colonial project.
Oh, that's why.
And now Israel's advocates will come down like a ton of bricks on you if you make that suggestion public.
I'm glad you said that about Jabotinsky, because I'm left-wing. He was very right-wing, but I respect him because he was honest, because he admitted that there is a problem, that we are trying to take over somebody else's land, and the only way to do it is by force. And he had a lot of Labour Party, Labour Zion.
I gotta say, it's a very pragmatic take from Avi Schleim here. But yeah, I mean, it's a fair take too, right? That being that he respects him for at least being honest about it. I mean, I think it's a begrudging sort of respect, but respect nonetheless, because the current Zionists don't even recognize reality. In fact, they are actively suppressing reality. Let's finish this with
reconcile their belief in the need for a state of Israel with the existence of a thriving, culturally distinct and vibrant Jewish diaspora outside of Israel.
In theory, this should be perfectly possible, because Israel is the country of the country of its citizens, and a fifth of the citizens happen to be Arab, but Israel is the country of all its citizens, whereas the Jews in the diaspora are not Israelis. If they are British Jews, they are British citizens. If they are French Jews, they are French citizens. The problem is that Israel claims to be this, not to be the state of the Jews. Israel claims to speak on behalf of all Jews everywhere. And as I was saying earlier, more and more Jews are saying, no, not in our name. We are not part of Israel. So it's Israel which is the problem with its claim to represent all Jews and to speak on behalf of Jews. It doesn't have such right. And there is another problem, and that is Israel befriends the worst anti-Semites around the world.
Seriously.
Like Viktor Orban in Hungary is a good example.
Or like the right wing of the United States. We saw AIPAC, for instance, like, oh God. Oh boy. Sorry, Chad, for your ears. We saw AIPAC back basically every conservative in every race. Not entirely, but in many cases. Thank you for the blessings. Hopefully I don't have the plague, which is, I believe, where that came from. Because they thought if you got sick, you were about to die. Okay. Let's go on. We got 3 more stories left. Oh boy. Associated Press first here from a day ago. Israeli protesters demand Netanyahu to reach hostage deal ahead of his U.S. trip. A trip that I have been truly dreading, and it's coming up on us shortly. I think he'll be here by Friday this week. Does really do seem to be growing. When we first saw them, they were just small groups of people, and now it seems to be entire blocks of city streets. Okay, penultimate video. Great job, everybody. Give yourself a pat on the back. Congratulations to you for making it this far. I wonder if at any point Benjamin Netanyahu will take the hostages into account. And accept a ceasefire deal. It would be incredible for it to happen this week. I mean, but I don't see that. I don't see that being in the cards so much. Maybe I'm just being pessimistic, which is, you know, I think deserved in this particular situation, considering the track record of the last 8 months, let alone history, which we just went painstakingly through with Avi Shleim, at least to some degree. All right, let's go to this disturbing video, because it's just another in a long line of videos that we've seen in the last few weeks of increased Israeli attacks in the Gaza Strip, which perhaps unsurprisingly to none, continue to cause bodies to pile up every single day. It seems like we're reporting double-digit figures on strikes happening in Gaza, and this today will not be an exception to that horrifying rule. Basically been all the strikes that we've seen in recent weeks have been on refugee camps, tent cities, erected in places that Israel had told people to go. Why would it be any different today? Alright, here's our last video. And because it's Sunday Funday, I felt like you deserved something quasi-fun. So let's watch this video from TRT World from 15 hours ago, where they interviewed and documented a number of Palestinians who are climbing, that's right, rock climbing, as a symbol of resistance for all Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. Maybe not all, but certainly some. So, Life, are you already unsubscribing because the show's over?
2 army guys came in, one Israeli and the other one is American. He was holding his big rifle. When I'm climbing, there aren't any soldiers, there aren't any settlers.
It's our land, you know, so we need to be connected and be here always.
It's the feeling of freedom that I get.
Since Israel launched its war on Gaza, even just going for hiking or climbing can be a struggle for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, who, despite everything, keep going about their activities as a symbol of resistance. This is their story.
The biggest thing that drew me into climbing, it's the contrast that it has with my life in Jerusalem. I live in a town called Kfar Aqab. My town has 100,000 residents, and we're all residents of Jerusalem. We are separated from Jerusalem by the apartheid wall, and there is a checkpoint in the middle. And so every time I had to go to university, I had to cross the checkpoint every day, and it was really horrible. I was late all the time. Sometimes, you know, they would close the checkpoint. Sometimes the soldiers would just take a break in the middle of me waiting. That was my life ever since I was in the 1st grade. That was when they put up that check.
Ever since she was in the 1st grade. This girl's entire life, essentially. Yeah, she's had to go through military-controlled checkpoints to get to school in Palestinian people's own territory. That's where
and they built the wall. It makes my life harder. Actually, us in Jerusalem, we're all considered stateless. Nobody has a nationality, because we also cannot have a Palestinian nationality. My friends here, a lot of them, they have the green Palestinian IDs. Jerusalem is 40 minutes away from here, and I can't take them with me. The beach is an hour away from here where we're standing, and I cannot take them with me. All I knew was checkpoints, soldiers, and all that, these horrible things that are really opposite of what freedom feels like. And then when I went into climbing, as you can see, there are no apartheid walls around me. And when I'm climbing, there aren't any soldiers, there aren't any settlers. I don't feel the occupation as much when I am climbing, and that is why
She says that, but then comes the next, like, 30 seconds of this.
fell in love with it. So we have a Palestine Climbing Association.
Oh wait, not
Recently, we were admitted into the IFSC, and so now we're part of it. We can go to the Olympics. So only this year they voted us in as Palestine. Such big news. We were very happy about it, though it came at not the best time, as